This is these are in order. Yes, for today. These are all of them. You can see
The money hand.
oh, you guys want to you? Yeah, I've seen. Are you based here? Where you based? Good for you. Isn't it your old energy now? Well, I can take orders from you well. He's the publisher. Emeritus. Yes. I'm gonna go get some coffee. Yeah, you know they're great now.
I wasn't even aware that whole game was. Washington, D.C. I left, it was 80 degrees.
Yesterday, walking down the church street. Chicago, here's last night.
Really?
Because they have to have all day tomorrow. Service of United America. But that was the last OUC event there for the two selectors. He used to be in there.
I did see that. I did see
I was going to say exactly.
Then we get hope that they have a climate change committee.
All right.
Are you getting but it's, I was really disappointed.
But you are in a
I'd like to hear parents.
Yeah. I run an organization that does more than facilities. They hire get their
What do you think?
We live in Washington.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to these fortnightly on the public utilities fortnightly, and the former publisher and creator of the Energy Daily and other enterprises related to your enterprises. It is a great pleasure to have you here. It's a great honor to have you here. And I want to say that I'm so glad that the UF Public Utilities Fortnightly has been able to arrange a stunning faculty of speakers for this most critical and important meeting. We chose Phoenix, obviously not because of the sunshine. We chose Phoenix because it is, Arizona is in some ways ground zero for what is happening in the utility industry. Abundant sunshine, abundant politics, abundant challenges. And that is why we have asked to welcome you here, two of the most important people in the utility mix in the country, but who happen to be in this region. One from public power and one from investor owned. They are Jeff Gordner, Senior Vice President of Public Policy for the Arizona Public Service, a corporation I have had the pleasure of working with over many years, one of the stellar utilities, a real leader in the industry, and Mark Bonsall, General Manager and Chief Executive Officer of the Salt River Project. And I must say I've worked with the Salt River Project just about as much as I worked with ABS going back to the 1970s when the Chief Executive and I were on a kind of energy truth report traveling the country. To welcome you to these leaders in the industry. Are going to go one after the other. Mark has to go to a board meeting. We don't want to keep him from that. So I've asked Mark to give the first welcome remarks and some sort of overview on the situation as it is here in Arizona. I have questions if you have problems, whatever. You are your
well, to be here on which we have weather is strong, so it's generating quite a lot of precipitation, which is great for the state of Arizona. SRP's local power energy has been providing water and power, frankly, to support the economic development of the valley of the sun since 1903. We've developed the project means, frankly, of bringing stable supply of water to the valley. That's how the enterprise started. Hydropower, gas to the thermal power, gas to the power delivery businesses. The valley has grown and we continue to adapt it, frankly, to meet the needs of a growing urban area. Today, SRP has over 1 million electric customers and is a major supplier of water to urban uses. We share the service of the metropolitan area of Phoenix with Arizona Public Service Company. I'd like to show you a brief video that will tell you a little bit more about what we are and what we're doing. This is after the commercial frankly that we're planning to air in coming weeks, and if you could run that video, I'd appreciate it.
The customer's first. SRP means caring about the environment while providing a reliable source of water to the valley. It means protecting our forests where our water supply begins. It means planting more than 1 million trees in areas with fires. It means having 4 years worth of water stored underground. At SRP, we make decisions based on what's best for you, our customers. SRP, delivering more and power.
Hope that brought us here to your eye. It certainly does not. We'll see what the reaction is. As a major electric utility, SRP recognizes that the industry is clearly in the midst of considerable change. We're working hard to adapt to these changes so we can continue to be a leader in bringing new technology and services to our customers. We spent a little time in my mind discussing some of these changes and how we're addressing them with a focus as always on our customers. Like the EPA's Clean Power Plan, we certainly understand the need to address climate change prior to the EPA's announcement of the Clean Power Plan. SRP years ago, along with it, it's nice steps to reduce our carbon intensity materially in a manner that recognizes both the cost and reliability. EPA's proposal for the Clean Power Plan, however, Arizona was kind of one of the poster children for the most aggressive effects of the proposed rule. The plan's authors did not appear fully understand our resource mix in the state of Arizona, how we serve our customers, and frankly, the regional nature of the grid is used to serve our customers. The initial plan set, for all intents and purposes, pretty much an impossible goal, but Arizona would essentially be required to shutter all thermal generation by the end of 2019, pretty much. This requirement would create profound reliability problems for Arizona and this region, given the nature of the grid, as well as impose rather dramatic increases in costs on our customers. The Arizona goal set by the EPA would require nearly a 50% emission reduction from the very start of the by 2019-2020. We began to refer to this as the cliff, since it clearly did not represent the smooth, glide path that otherwise had been described by the EPA. After a significant effort on the part of the state, Department of Environmental Quality, Arizona Corporation Commission, and fellow Arizona utilities, including APS, we were able to bring these to the attention of the EPA, and they listened. This effort, along with the actions of other states with similar concerns, led the EPA to make significant changes to the rule. While compliance will still be difficult, frankly, and as we all know, we'll get on some the final rule is in fact much more rational and plausible for the state of Arizona than the proposed rule initially by a wide margin. I understand that the way electricity is produced and distributed will in fact change and clearly away from coal as a primary source of fuel. The exact path of these change is still not clear to me, as I suspect most of you do. A future dominated by energy efficiency, renewable resources, natural gas. We'll see how those developments go in the southeastern United States. All of the technical issues in this transition can in fact be solved. But the environment are probably the biggest obstacles to progress, and that they create such uncertainty as to decision making. New versions of solar energy technology clearly are playing an ever-growing role in meeting the needs of our customers and how we manage the grid. We believe that if done right, and we emphasize that if done right, they really present a great opportunity to enhance the grid and lower costs for utilities and consumers. The subject of demand management itself covers an array of products and services. As you know, clearly we see major changes driven by data transmission, collection, the ability to analyze big data. This is our version of kind of the digital convergence, if you will. And we're really only seeing the tip of the iceberg with the deployment of smart meters, smart thermostats, smart breakers, smart everything, frankly. Likely in the near term, we'll see these technologies open networks, protocols, and platformatically and quickly to sophisticated energy management systems. It is in fact been estimated that aggressive deployment of these technologies, driven by the new hardware and software, could in fact reduce overall energy consumption by 25%. Don't know if that number is right or wrong, but we clearly believe that the potential exists for in fact significant reduction in consumption. The subject of demand management also includes technologies to shift battery storage. Clearly, collection management will face with our time of use pricing structures and demand response programs should proliferate. Match, I think, between the cost of service and energy use as these technologies mature. These changes bring challenges to the industry, but they also bring opportunities. Utilities will be operating in environments driven by many technologies, vastly greater abilities to manage and act on huge quantities of data, much more effective communication mechanisms, and a whole lot of new customers that are most comfortable in those environments. The electric utility embraces change and be in a position to excel. And these new environments, those that do not, may struggle. And even though we have won 24 JD Power Awards, SRP is constantly evolving our relationship with our customers and the services that we strive every day to offer our customers the best customer experience possible. Nevertheless, we recognize that the customers' needs and desires are in fact changing, and we will change to meet those needs. So over the coming years, we plan to offer our customers more choices in how they interact with us, the types of energy that we buy, and the services that we provide. These changes will in fact be driven by technology and will likely question what have heretofore been bedrock industry principles related to resource planning as well as pricing. I recently visited Hawaii as a part of a trip organized by SEPA, the Solar Electric Power Association, and I would say, in fact, that's really ground zero. And we may be ground one, but they're ground zero because of their existing high retail electric costs and different touches. In fact, economic in Hawaii is thus the natural laboratory for the development and implementation of new technologies and approaches. It was a great trip for the peninsula. We see a high penetration of solar and storage on Hawaii with the accompanying challenges of technically adapting the physical system to these new technologies, but also beginning to redefine, frankly, the business model of the independent utility. It is fascinating because there's a huge difference between Hawaii, if you have visited the Hawaiian Islands, and the rest of the island as to their approach to those two questions. Hawaii is a small co-op on it. The rest of the islands are served by electric. We should all watch Hawaii, I think, very carefully in order to anticipate changes that may be coming our way. As an industry, we know, I believe, to do utility scale solar right. As a general matter, we understand its economics and its integration. As an industry, it strikes me we're still struggling with a smaller version of distributed. We need to figure out how to backup arrangements customers do for decades. Adapting to small installations on a large scale, however, poses so many challenges that fall into the categories of one, pricing, two, integration, and three, customer education. Let me address each in turn. SRP would have pricing structures with demand components for industrial and commercial customers for many for residential customers. Like most of the industry, demand costs were collected for residential customers, frankly, as a component our charges. This pricing structure works fine for relatively much service customer class. It does not work well for customers of their own individual hours. These customers contribute less, similarly far less, depending at times due to capacity costs. Yet these customers really use their capacity to provide and the system. And that's like these low and potentially even zero. Well, there's another question that comes from this class of customers that must thus be absorbed by all other customers. We address the issue by separating the cost of service associated with maintaining capacity from the kilowatt-hour charge. The distributed generation customer still has the ability to lower their overall bill, but now it is through a combination of self-generation, which saves avoided energy costs, and demand reduction. Our demand charge is not fixed. It's variable. Use more, pay more, use less, pay less. So we built in an incentive to conserve and save on demand as well as energy for our consumers, and we are seeing them begin to do that. The disaggregation of prices may continue to be refined, certainly, but the advantages of this approach, I think, are quite clear. Disaggregating the components of cost, we're enabling new technologies designed to bring real benefits to the consumer as well as to the system. We point to demand shifting strategies driven by energy management and storage solutions as examples. Batteries are a great example of the type of technology that can in fact be employed by changing the price structure to account for demand. Manufacturers can now develop products to monetize the value of reducing demand. We're already seeing one local install a pair of batteries and solar using a lot in the state of Hawaii. We expect to see much more, and frankly, that's a good thing. If new price designs are in fact done right, the market will respond, unleashing new technology in a way that benefits both customers and the grid. This right to encourage the adoption of distributed energy resources in a manner that creates new markets, benefits consumers, and reduces infrastructure costs. Now let's talk about integration of the mic. We're changing how we design and operate our distribution grid. We're beginning to maximize the benefits of new technologies. One initiative in this regard is a pilot program that we're implementing with the Electric Power Research Institute. There are many of these pilot programs going on throughout the industry. This is specific to the SRP system. The program is designed to test new inverter technology so that distributed solar can better integrate into the grid. And in partnership with EPRI, we will be deploying more than 1,000 advanced inverters, some smart, some really smart, and some flat out brilliant, to test their functionality and their grid benefits. The result of this study will be one big step for changing the architecture of our system, frankly, to more optimally accommodate new technologies. Educating customers remains very much a priority. We need to help customers better understand how electricity is made and transmitted and their options for using it. As an industry, we have done, I think, a terrific job of providing reliable and affordable energy. Most customers, residential or otherwise, get their clock to what it takes to have the lights go on every time they flip a switch. And the new world now will prevent customers that standing change. As part of our recent process of change our pricing, we did put together a whiteboard video to help educate our customers about the concept of demand to charge on.
We use energy in our homes in lots of different ways to keep us cool, dry our clothes, cook food, even clean the house. But most of us don't spend a lot of time thinking about how much electricity it takes to run those appliances. Each time they turn on and off, they create peaks and valleys in energy demand. For solar customers on SRP's Customer Generation Price Plan, or those taking advantage of our new Residential Demand Plan, most of your bill is based on two things you can control: the energy you buy from SRP demand. On these plans, your price for energy is less than half what others pay. But the key to keeping that savings is trimming the demand or grid charge. You do that by reducing your energy peak. What's a peak? It might help to think about electricity like the internet service you need to stream a movie at home. When just one device is streaming, everything works fine. But if 2 or 3 people start watching different movies on different devices at the same time, they've created a peak. Peaks cost utilities more because they put more strain on the grid, the network of power plants, lines, and other equipment that keeps you connected. So, to reduce your electricity peak and save money, think about your appliances, say an electric range and a dishwasher. Then make them take turns instead of running them at the same time. And remember, reducing your peak only matters during the plan's on-peak hours, 1 to 8 p.m. weekdays during summer, and 5 to 9 weekday mornings and evenings during winter. Those are also times to avoid running electric dryers, which are energy hogs. Paying for the grid has traditionally been rolled into the price of electricity. It was sort of a one-size-fits-all approach. But today, new technologies like rooftop solar panels mean two neighbors might each use energy in very different ways. That's why SRP and other power companies are creating price plans to better match what it really costs to serve different customers. In the end, everyone pays for what they use. Learn at srppriceplans.com.
Thank you, George. I still hate that pig sound. I don't know where they got that pig from, but it doesn't sound like a pig to me. But it's a popular video. It's got thousands and thousands of hits and seems to be effective with what's on. It's good. The goal of that was really to help our customers understand demand and how they can manage their bills under demand pricing structure. Still understanding demand is not easy, but it's possible. APS, as a matter of fact, and you can verify this, Jeff, only has until some 100,000 residential customers that are on a demand price. So it's a journey, but it clearly is in fact. We've had time of use prices since 1980. Time of use prices are kind of a version, if you will, of demand prices, just with capacity costs spread over a few hours instead of minutes. Our experience with those prices is that customers do in fact respond to those price plans by changing their behaviors to their own self-interest and thus saving themselves money. Our time of use customers are average about 7% over our standard plan, and we don't consider that such a huge transition from time of use price that wants to go that direction. And the new technologies like solar batteries have, as far as we're concerned, an incredibly bright future, and we must maximize the benefits of these new products and services by frankly getting things right. That means the right relationship with our customers, the right price structures, the right grid, frankly, to enhance integration of these technologies, and the right education for customers so that they can better understand and use the options before them. Given these and the changes in the industry, we're excited about the future. Customers will see a host of new technologies and service offerings from utilities and others. We have the opportunity to remake the grid in a way that is more robust, offers greater choice, and based, frankly, on cleaner sources of energy. We must embrace, in our opinion, this opportunity with focus on the customers that we serve. With your permission, I do have to head back to my board committee meeting, and I apologize for that. But I want to thank you all for your time and attention, and best wishes for a terrific.
Mark, I apologize that you won't get much air conditioning load today. Somehow I feel that is my fault.
Personally, I want to worry about getting food today.
I'm so sorry. Can we give you a gift box?
Certainly.
Carry out. Then they give the man a carry out. We don't like to have hungry people leaving our conferences.
Thank you very much.
All right. It is time to go to second welcoming what is happening and what we've now learned is not ground zero but ground one. Ground zero, as Mark said, being Hawaii, and it is a great pleasure to have Jeff Goldner, Senior Vice President of Public Service of Arizona, to tell us how they're dealing with new realities. And we are streaming this live through the public utility Fortnightly a website. You'll be able to catch everything there. And I think if I can just do a housekeeping, we need to get like a bar stool to put this camera. Is that in train?
I think it's on the way.
Well, let's get it close so we can get a better picture. Anyway, please, Jay.
The box deals are probably more important than the car still. That's okay.
Jim, are you hungry?
No, I'm good.
Is there something going on in Arizona we don't know about?
It's not the time difference. It's all good. So the ground zero or ground one, that's such a challenging term. It's probably accurate, but I guess one thing I'd add to the list of resources or abundant things that we have is some of this change is actually bringing abundant opportunity. And hopefully I'll share with you some of at least how we're thinking about that. And you know, it really is an exciting time to be in the industry. Who's following the REV, the Reforming the Energy Vision proceeding in California, or in New York, right? That is a, you know, some of the stuff that's coming out of there. I think the staff white paper that came out a few months ago is probably one of the best, pulling all of the issues and the complexity together. And then just over to California, you've got the distribution system planning and similar discussion, a little bit different feel to it, but a very rich discussion of how are we going to move this. And you've got the drama in Hawaii, and there we live in some of the realities of the really high penetration. But you know, you just see more change happening than certainly I've ever seen in my career, and it's challenging. And think about what's happening today with technology changes, with the pace of regulation. You've got technology moving, you've got regulation. Can regulation keep up with that pace of technology change? You've got new stakeholders and interests. You've got customers who are fundamentally changing how they think about or engage, or some of them don't engage with our system. You saw the video on trying to articulate demand. Just trying to explain some of the things that we have is really challenging. And you'll hear Charlie. Charlie does a fantastic job of adding some of this, talking about some of this complexity and making it understandable. And it's probably something we need to do better as an storyteller, and be better at trying to explain what are some of the issues and the complexities and the opportunities that we're seeing. And we're doing all this. You see the utilities trying to manage through all of this while we're also lower secular demand growth. So we have fundamental changes going in how demand growth is affecting us, and it makes it much harder, because now you've really got to focus on costs, even though things like cybersecurity and others are pretty practical on those costs. You've got to be really disciplined and cost managed while all this new technology. There's a few things that are happening in Arizona from our perspective. I think these highlight some of those challenges and some of the opportunities. And so first, our resources are changing in a few ways. We have a tremendous increase in the amount of renewable generation on our system. 80% solar generation. Our system peaks around 7,000 megawatts, a pretty significant share of the system peak. When you add in wind and geothermal and biogas, we've got about 1,400 megawatts of total renewables. It's a pretty diverse mix. We've got customer-sided distributed and solar, and it's not just solar that's serving Arizona, this is serving California. We're connected to the California Independent System Operator as lines that they operate through California. So if you develop solar resources in Arizona, you actually come as in state of California. And we've got our Solana concentrated plant. So that's a really interesting plant. It's got thermal storage, stores energy in molten salt, and can be dispatched after the sun sets. Second, our existing generation fleet is changing. Mark mentioned it in what's happening with coal. Just a few years ago, 3 of our 5 units at the Four Corners Power Plant in New Mexico, and what we're doing is we're concentrating our investment in the most efficient, the 2 most efficient supercritical plants that are there, and that's that cost issue. We've got to try to manage the cost of the scrubbers and the pollution control company that's coming on those plants. Just a couple of months ago, we closed one of the units at our Troy power plant, and we announced that will burn coal in the late 2020s. And when you combine those changes with the investments, and we think of energy efficiency as a resource, when you think of energy efficiency investment, the largest generating station in the U.S., and the renewable generation I just talked about 45% of our resource mix today is carbon, not low carbon, carbon free. And that carbon content is continuing to go down. And the third thing is the dispatch. So how that system works, how all those resources work together is changing. And it's changing as those resources change. And it's not just in Arizona, it's also in the Southwest. What we need now is flexible, fast ramping capacity, combustion turbines rather than combined cycles. And that's handling system demand when solar generation starts coming off later today. In fact, and I wouldn't be surprised that it's happening today, it's a little cold, but when you have a day like today, with relatively low loads and a lot of solar energy coming on the system, we're actually seeing prices in the wholesale market turn negative. And what a negative price means is that someone of you, to take, if we're generating and need to keep a thermal generator on, we have to pay someone to take our power. And that's resulting from the duct curve. Everybody's heard of the duct curve, right? And so we'll talk a little bit on how you feed the duct. That's the next thing. How do you address some of that demand challenge? So let's talk about these negative prices for a minute. So think of that, now you've got a growing importance on demand compared to energy. Since PERCL was enacted in the 70s, you go through some of the rate provisions in the PERCL legislation and look at how they were trying to talk about rate design in a way that encouraged consumers to conserve energy and focus on energy efficiency. And that was clearly appropriate at that time. But we haven't had as much focus on demand, and we've got a lot of uncertainty right now in demand with the Supreme Court appeal, right? But the demand is increasingly the issue that we're trying to manage. Energy is still important, but what do you do when you need customers to consume power at noon on an October day? You want them to consume power, not conserve power. Power prices might be negative. The power they're consuming is solar and wind. And so we shouldn't be ashamed or afraid to consume that power. It is good to consume that power. At some point, as Mark mentioned, storage might help on that. Large-scale storage can help us manage the situation, but batteries are still pretty expensive. But if you think about it, with technology, we can engage customers and bring a better solution to our system today. So we've got about 1.2 million customers, 1.1 million are residential. Half our load is commercial industrial, about half our load is residential. Those residential homes are actually a cheap source of energy storage when you think about it. Conditioners in Arizona. And simply using air conditioners to pre-cool homes so that the AC doesn't run in the afternoon when we're trying to manage that demand ramp can bring tremendous value to customers. But it is a totally different paradigm than we're used to. Because again, you're asking customer, and as Mark mentioned, we've had time of use rates since the 70s and the 80s. And so customers are used to saying when noon hits on our time of use rate, start conserving power. And we've now got to say, start consuming power if the time is right. And it's not just commercial and industrial, that's residential customers as well. And this is a chance that you can actually have residential customers participate in the advanced energy economy. A lot of exciting things happen with C&I loads. This is a chance to have residential customers participating in the advanced energy economy. So how do we get there? As Mark talked, you need to change the rate structures, and particularly the residential rate structures, and they need to be far more sophisticated than they were in the 1970s. And we need to integrate new consumer-facing technologies that we're already starting to see. You're already seeing these technologies coming into play. At APS, we know that our residential customers can be critical partners in operating our system. We've had those time use rates and demand rates for a long time. We've got 500,000 customers that are on time of use, and we've got 110,000 residential customers that are on demand rate and have been on a demand rate. That's actually our most popular new rate for customers coming into our territory. There's an article in the current Fortnightly that actually walks through the history of that in Arizona. So how do those rate structures become more valuable, and how do we get them more widespread? So first, we've got to make progress with residential demand rates for all or nearly all. The metering technologies there, that was one of the big impediments early on, was you couldn't meter demand well. So the metering technologies there, we've got the experience in rate design and structures, and sometimes I get frustrated when I read in the other jurisdictions, oh, we don't know if demand is going to work, we don't know if time of use is going to work. It does. We see it. We can look at samples of customers who've moved from our time of use or block rate over to the demand rate, and we can actually see that they manage demand. You see a reduction in demand when those customers move to a demand rate. And so with that demand rate, when our major challenge is managing demand, that price signal is going to empower consumers to take action, and it's going to empower technologists to innovate. And it's going to work just like volumetric block rates helped advance energy efficiency when that was our focus. Add time and use features to these demand rates, and you've got a powerful tool to manage system demand. If you do this, you also need to have the technology for customers to adapt to those rate structures. And you need the education, you need the videos, like Mark showed, but think of the smart thermostats like the Nest. How many have a Nest? Folks in here with Nest? Okay. A little creepy, right? But they're really powerful. And smart thermostats are really tricky. Think of the near future scenario where it uploads monthly load profiles to companies like Nest. And they seamlessly, without direct intervention by the customer, they seamlessly optimize around the rate and the load profile and the customer's preference for better savings or more convenience. That's the technology we're going to need to really see these rate designs be successful. And then third, we need to be making investments to understand how that technology is going to empower residential customers. And we're doing that in a couple of pilot programs I'll talk about here. So one is our Solar Partner Program. And what we're doing there is we're a different model. We're essentially renting the roof from residential customers for $30 a month. And we install and maintain solar panels on the roof. They are on the utility side of the meter, so they're not offsetting the customer's load. The energy is coming directly to the utility. And what's different with that is we can put those panels west facing. And so if you think of the traditional net metering model, you want to maximize production, not demand. And if you put the panels west facing, you get lower energy production over the day, but you get the production later in the day. And later in the day is when we need the production to help manage that demand ramp. And so that's going to offer an opportunity as well for low-income customers who aren't going to have the credit scores to qualify for these to go solar and participate with rooftop solar. So this is also looking at, as Mark said, one of the things the utilities are trying to get their arms around is the inverters and the technology and the integration with the utility operations. And so a lot of the focus of this program is on getting the communication systems right, working on the inverters. Fascinating factoid, when we started to work with the inverters, there was no UL certification for some of the advanced functionality that we needed on those inverters. Well, how many solar panels have we got installed in the US and they're not yet the functionality on some inverters to do things like reactive power? And so what you have to do this stuff to understand what's not there and what gaps have to be filled in. And so we're working on doing not just the inverter technologies, but how do you integrate it now in real dispatchers to use those resources. How does that affect distribution system planning? What do you do in terms of deploying those DERs in optimal places on the system? How do you make sure that you're capturing benefits? And you do that through multiple use cases. So you don't just do a homogeneous layer. It's not just being done by credit score. It's actually being done by where are the feeders that we can get the most information. And then we partner with folks like EPRI and other technologists in looking at that. A separate initiative is a little more targeted. It's a solar innovation study. It focuses on customers in 75 single-family homes. The customer existing demand rate, so the demand rate, and then we've got two flavors of it. One flavor, we just cash and send, and let the market figure out what do I install to work around that demand rate. Do I put batteries in? Do I put load controllers in? Do I put, what technology mix do I put in to bring value to that consumer on a demand rate? And the second flavor is we control it. And we say, we're going to put in a mix of storage, and we're going to put in home energy management, and we're going to put the technology on the customer side of the meter. And then we're going to see how that works in terms of managing the demand and managing their energy consumption. And so as we look at how the technology integrates, right, that's going to allow our grid to become enabled. And we'll be able to see paths that both the installers and the customers can look at in terms of work with those demand rates. So it's really not just a technology lab, but it's a virtual rate laboratory, as we think that demand rates are something that we're going to spend a lot more time discussing. So what's really important in all this is that you have to understand rooftop solar is only one technology. It's clearly an important technology, but we need to think broadly about how we're going to integrate all new technologies, both customer-facing and utility-facing, that allow more flexibility options to customers, that are going to help manage the rate pressure, that's going to help manage our costs and our risk. And we have to do all this while we're still providing the high levels of reliability that we know that the customers are going to demand. And so we're watching with great interest the REF proceeding in Europe. We're watching the discussions that are in California. But innovation isn't just happening in those two jurisdictions. It's not just happening on either of our coasts. It's happening in different ways all over the U.S. And what we need to do is conferences like this, where we can share and make sure that we're all engaged robustly in the discussion to make sure that our customers are going to be better off in 10 years than they are today. So I think this is a great lineup for the conference. Welcome again to Arizona. This is when we do our best recruiting. And enjoy the rest of the day.
I hope for those of you who are looking, have your resume handy.
Paul Mountain, put your hand up in the back. There's Paul.
We'll take some questions. I think Brian Keene had a question. Did you? I've never known you not to have a question.
No, I thought your last point was very interesting, and your presentation, but I think part of the challenge with solar, specifically as it relates to utilities, is how it's being framed and how it's framed up for you all. And maybe we can try to address that just a little bit, but there's still a lot of framed as we need solar to fix climate change. But quite frankly, that's not your problem. And you need to deliver energy. It should be focused not, as we talk about utilities, is how can we get them energy to deliver to their customers. And I think the renter group just kind of speaks to that.
Yeah, you know, it's clearly a resource, right? And so you are looking at how does solar in general displace the conventional resources, and you know, we're managing. So whether you're involved in we're all involved in climate change discussions. So you see what the actions we're taking here is that you know, our legislature is not fans of the clean power plan. But it's created a tremendous amount of managed risk. And so the acting in shutting down the less efficient coal plants are managing the risk and the uncertainty that's coming about from some of the federal policies. It has a benefit of lowering carbon content, you know, in our energy mix, and certainly solar lowers carbon content. One of the discussions that you're, I think, going to continue to see, and there's a broad study out of Dell that looks at this, is how do you look at the customer-sided distributed solar and contrast it to the larger scale grid solar? And so if you're just an economist, you look at it, but solar is cheaper. And so you can displace more energy by generating it in attracting solar system that's going to have a now let's do this for that, and let the policymaker decide, how do I balance that? How do I look for the utility scale solar and the energy production that comes from that, but then also recognize customers want to have access to distributed solar, but there's a cost. It's not as cost effective as the large scale. And so how do you manage the costs and the benefits? And so there's a value of the cost of solar docket that's underway in Arizona right now looking at that.
Jeff, I was wondering, what is your experience been with the thermal storage that is also on the problem?
It's good. You know, it operates. It is fascinating when you see the dispatch happening in the middle of the night, and it's a way to manage the negative pricing issues that you get from the spot market when the solar's coming on in the middle of the day. The challenge is that it's super expensive. And so I don't think there's any thermal generation being developed today because with the panel prices and TV right now, it's just much cheaper don't worry about storage.
Yeah, thank you for a really forward-looking presentation. I was wondering how you consider security and islanding in those distributed. There's benefit from distributed sources. In fact, your way of valuing that price.
Great question. The potential, and a lot of the challenge with this valuation discussion is it's so often framed in potential, and so like locational value of solar. Well, there's a potential for locational value to be actually locational, decisions in deciding it. And so when we think of the islanding issues, and I think right after Sandy, everybody got excited about how do we address this, and one of the challenges in the East is I think that a lot of folks just went out and bought backup generators. And so that's like socially least optimal way to manage that situation, because now you've got a bunch of gas burning generators that are out there that are going to be used maybe once every 5 years. And so microgrids or other larger scale things probably would have been better. And there's the thing I think is surprising to me with the PERs is the number of customers who think that if they have rooftop solar and the lights go out, why isn't my system working? And I raised that one time and somebody said, well, that's you guys, that's the utilities, you're the ones who are blocking that. And I was a little surprised. What do you mean? Right? Because unless the grid balances everything, and if you don't have the balanced load and resource, you're going to trip all your breakers off. And so there's some issues with the inverters have some capability to provide some backup for customers if the rules and the interconnections change, but it's not happening now. I don't think there's very many people who configure a system to provide the backup where you could plug a few appliances in to a separate panel to use distributed resources when the grid's out. And so the reality right now is that the value, the islanding value, would have to be from a broader kind of microgrid strategy where you're saying we're going to go create more localized microgrids. And right now, just the cost pressure on that, you see militaries doing it because they can, and it's important for national security to do that. And universities are doing it because it makes sense. Starting to see more discussion around it, but right now it's still the value proposition for doing microgrids is a little early.
Other questions? I was wondering, Jeff, where do you see future load growth? People don't have to run utilities. Talk a lot about electric cars, people like myself. Talk a lot about electric cars and the huge potential growth there. Are you planning for a surge of demand similar to the one that you had in the 50s for air conditioning?
Not like air conditioning. So there's certainly electrification of transportation has a lot of potential. And again, if you're looking at how do you decarbonize, that's got a lot of potential. But one of the things we know from Arizona is we're not going to drive that market. That market's that is California, that is New York, that is where there's more scale and more opportunity to commercialize the technology. So if it happens, great. Then we can take advantage of that. But I think it's been a little slower, than some folks have thought. And when you look, the challenge with load growth generally is I think all of us are making a lot of investments in energy efficiency, and so that is the combination of energy efficiency and distributed resources with certain load growth from where it is, but it's also part of a larger trend. And you can go back and look to the 50s and see that every 10 years there's like a step change in demand growth, and we're just kind of moving down to the axis on demand growth. This happens, you can't go buy an inefficient air conditioner today. You can buy a less efficient air conditioner, but you can't buy an inefficient air conditioner. So it's partly that pace of technology change that is helping manage it. But the challenge really isn't that energy growth, it's how do you manage the demand? How do you manage the demand peaks, and how do you think about your resource mix in a way that you can handle the ramps that are happening in the afternoon? Well, great, thanks.
Other questions, any? All right, well, thank you very much, Jeff. because we leave early, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. There's coffee around the corner. Why don't we have a 10-minute coffee break and then reassemble? Thank you.
Is there nothing? Got it. Got it. Yeah.
Great conference so far. Tune in for more.
Open mind. When the desperation say open mind, it doesn't help them to avoid, because the clock is going and no run out of stuff to say. And it's real time, back to that first thing. And I think that's the thing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I'd like to say again that we are live streaming this on the Public Utilities Fortnightly website, and you can look it up there. It will also be archived there if there's any particular section you want to go back to, make notes on, etc. You can get it through the PUF website. I also would suggest while you're here, if you make the acquaintance of Joe Pavarella, the publisher of PUF, who's at the back of the room with a cup in his hand, just waved. He is the man who makes things happen at PUF. Also, our editor, Ken Silverstein, is here, and he's sitting down at the front, will be reporting on this. Our next panel will take a look at how utilities coding has changed, and we have a change on this panel. You'll see Doyle Benedy listed as the CEO of New Generation Power International. That is a job he has just taken up, and because of that, he is not here today. But his own job as chairman of City Public Service is, we have a substitute, and that's Rayford Smith sitting next to me. Welcome, Rayford, which is the largest publicly owned utility in the country. Sorry, let me say that again. The largest municipally owned utility. It's not the largest public, it's the largest muni. Very important, about over 700,000 electric customers and about half that number of gas companies. And I'm delighted to have an old friend on this program, Charlie Bennett, who's the former Chief Executive Officer of Illinois Power and Tucson Electric, two utilities under his belt, an awful lot of teaching, public service, and general intellectual about this industry. Charlie and I go back to the days when the aeroderivative turbine combined with a surplus of gas was beginning a revolution. I remember Charlie explaining to me very carefully the big difference the turbine would make if you get the turbine as well as the gas caused the revolution. And I'm glad you set me right there, Charlie. I was able to go out and run some conferences on aeroderivative turbines with some success. Anyway, we're going to start now, and when was Charlie to start? The subject is how are utilities coping? And our reports at Public Utilities Fortnightly and in my own world of reporting are that there is an unequal acceptance of the changes. 3 years ago at the Edison Electric Institute meeting, CEOs were saying that the old utility business model was broken, that the old paradigm had become invalid, and yet many utilities are sort of, from where I sit, in denial. I don't know if that's the case. And some, of course, as you heard from the two wonderful presentations this morning, are steaming ahead with the full acceptance of the new realities, new technologies, new demand patterns, and an entirely new world for the electric utility generators. Charlie, would you like to give us your views, please?
Thank you. If you go back and look, Tolstoy once said that every happy family is alike, every unhappy family is unhappy in a different manner or a different way. I think it's the same with utility. Every successful utility is largely alike. The ones that are unsuccessful is probably adapted to change in a different way. And there's a whole spectrum. When I was a very, very young 36-year-old CFO of a company, PS New Hampshire, I went to a CEO meeting with my boss, the president, the EEI CEO meeting, and I got there, and this one gentleman stood up and they were proposing something. This was back in the 1970s, and he said, I've been in this business for 40 years. I've seen a lot of new ideas, didn't like any of them. And that's what we call it, DOUG, D-O-U-G, Demo Utility Guy. And hopefully we're getting rid of a lot of those. But the other end of the spectrum is people that have changed, and I would point out there's a big difference between this change and changing for the right, changing to meet the forces. So let me just talk about the forces that are forcing the utility industry to change. And one of the interesting things is change to us used to come from two directions: regulation from the top and technical change, every stuff. You know, we'd invent a new turbine or something. That was pretty much the change. Now it's coming from 1,000 different directions. And utilities have to get their arms around that business model of not just looking. There's an old cartoon I saw, and the guy said, I don't mind facing reality, but I never can tell which direction reality is coming from. So which way to face. And I think that's true today, that we're really having change, and we're not adapted to that. It comes from so many different. So the forces that are there was an economist once by the name of Ronald Coase, and Coase wrote a paper, and he asked a very simple question as to what you want to know about that. Why are companies big? He said, from human history, we have gone through history, and we've only had companies that had 20 people in them making shoes or something. They would get General Motors with 50,000 people. What's different? And he said, well, clearly the tasks are becoming more complex. But his insight was that it is cheaper to do the tasks inside the corporation than to do it outside. For instance, in 1930 or 40, it would have made no sense whatever for General Motors to try to outsource their payroll, because it was cheaper to do it inside the corporation. Today, with the internet and with most stuff going around in packets, so that the packet, the IP packet can go to Kazakhstan as easily as it can go across the office, that model is turned upside down. And today it's cheaper to do things outside in many cases, and that's why you see so much outsourcing, because a specialist firm, you look at payroll, for instance, a specialist firm, instead of having 1,000 people in the state doing their payroll, if there's a tax change, they have to make 1,000 changes in 1,000 instances of the computer program. ADP or somebody can just do it once. And so these specialist firms can do better. What that means is, one, it's cheaper to outsource, but I think even more, what it means is that very small companies can now get expert services. Son-in-law is an MIT PhD, and I run around a lot down there with some of the small startup companies. And I saw one company, they had like 3 people, and they were doing, I get to get this straight, they were doing their accounting. They'd hired a local accounting firm. They had their design being done in Germany. A lot of their engineering work was done in India. They were a total virtual firm. But the point is today that small firms can get the same expert services as the largest utility. And so they can take you on. There's almost no segment of our industry that you won't find if you walk around Cambridge within about 20 blocks of downtown Cambridge, a couple PhDs say, I'm going to go after that segment. And they can go after it with the same technical and maybe better technical expertise, because they look worldwide and find the best to attack the industry. So I think first is that the paradigm of the large companies broke down. The second is just environmental. My view on climate change is if you don't understand climate change, you probably had to go back and retake freshman physics. It was first identified when the Nobel Prize was Savante Arenas in 1896, and it's never been successfully challenged in scientific circles. To me, the icing on the cake is NASA. If you look at NASA satellites, they not only look up, they look down, and they measure radiation coming in, radiation going out. It turns out we now have a 1 watt per square meter deficit. And guess where it is? It's where carbon dioxide and methane absorb energy. You look at the energy spectrum going out, there's a big hole where CO2 absorbs energy and methane absorbs energy. That 1 watt per square meter, if you integrate that around the whole world, means that every single second
we're putting the equivalent of 2 Hiroshima-sized bombs of energy into our atmosphere. That's how much we're putting in every single second. If you don't think that's a problem, fine. But if you believe in climate change, you can't possibly, you can, freshman physics, you don't even need freshman physics for ocean acidification. You need a high school lookup table. You know, the partial pressure of a gas, carbon dioxide in this case, and the temperature of water, you can look up and see how much is absorbed. As carbon dioxide is going up, we're absorbing more, and that basically then is making carbonic acid in the water. That, if you look at the chemistry, is taking carbonate out of the water, and seashells run on carbonate. We're already seeing in the Antarctic, it's funny in ocean acidification because most people associate dissolving with hot water. Not true. It's cold water. Hot water will dissolve more solids. With a gas, if it's hot, it will boil off. So the cold water is where it's starting. We are already seeing in the Antarctic and the Arctic where the what we call aragonite and calcite saturation depths are coming up to the surface. We're destroying the whole bottom of the food chain, the krill, etc. So we've got to phase out fossil fuels, and that's another thing that's coming at us. Now, the next thing I think we got to think about why it's so blasted hard to change. It comes from a physicist at Harvard, Dr. Paul Samuelson, and he talked about externalities. And the analogy I want to use now, Dr. Samuelson talked about rival excludable goods. Let's assume that everybody in Phoenix, everybody in APS, Silverton, Brew in Tucson, Cecilio, Tucson, says we're going to fix climate change. And I'm just going to pick a number, but I need a number that's divisible by 7. And so let's say it's going to cost 14 cents a kilowatt hour. That's probably high, I don't know, but regardless, that's what it's going to cost. And everybody agrees to pay 14 cents a kilowatt hour. And then they look around and say, what's the benefit? Well, under Dr. Samuelson's term, that is a non-rival good. A rival good is this glass of water. If I drink it, well and can. That's a rival good. An excludable good is a good that you can exclude somebody from using. Now, that's also excludable. I can keep him from using it. It might be a fight, but I think I can exclude him from using it. And so, in this case, CO2 is both non-rival and non-excludable. Basically, I can't keep the benefit in Arizona. It's shared by everybody in the world. Well, there's 7 billion people in the world. So 21 cents divided by 7 billion, I get 3 billionths of a cent in benefit. And that's what makes it so hard. It's what makes a lot of things hard in politics today. It used to be in the agrarian age, there were hardly any externalities. When you did something that affected the people within a mile of you. Today, it affects people all over the world. iPhones are made in how many different countries. And so the externalities are really tough because it's going to take governments to solve this. And frankly, there's what's called the free rider problem. We can absolutely solve the climate change problem if we say we're going to do that, and everybody in the United States stops burning coal and oil and gas and everything else, which won't happen. It won't make any difference. If Southern and Duke and SoCal Ed or AEP, whoever, let's say the largest 5 coal-burning utilities in the nation, just stop, unless the rest of the world did, it wouldn't make any difference. We might set climate change back by a week, but it really, unless we can get everybody on board, but that's a force that we have to act on as we go forward, and the externalities are why it's so hard. Now, the next thing is the renewables. I'm sorry, but renewables are going to cost money. The people that say renewables have reached grid parity just are not looking at this right. I had the pleasure of being on the board of the Ontario Power Authority. We totally phased out coal. But look at what rates are in Ontario now. They're about 16 cents a kilowatt hour. On peak, they're higher than that. Look at Germany. Germany has gone heavily to renewables. Rates are now up to 39 cents a kilowatt hour. So when somebody says renewables have reached grid parity, ask them about Germany. The Germans, I don't think, are dumb. They did make one mistake that I'm going to talk about. But the thing is, that's a force that's getting on us. People are saying that renewables have reached grid parity. And I'm going to explain why. Absolutely not true. It's not there. Another force that's really happening, I'm going to explain Germany in a minute. Another force that is really happening is the shale revolution. And it's really not fracking. I was on the board of an oil company. We've been fracking for I don't know how many years. It's directional drilling, drill string radar, where you can go out like 5 miles and follow the seam. It used to be that we had a seam this thick, we drill down through it and we frack it and we get that much. Well, now we go 5 miles and we frack it and we get that much. And it's a much, much bigger thing that has caused the cost of gas to collapse. I think the big reason that utilities are going away from coal now is really, the only paper I think Ken, Bruce, and people I think that the public utility Fortnightly I've ever had turned down was I read this most excellent paper on climate change. I'm on the board of a group called the Climate Institute. It's on their website if you want to look at it. It's climate.org. With a paper on climate change, and the reason they turned it down, they said, look, all the utilities see this in climate change. We don't really need a paper like that. Great. But anyway, the shale gale, that's probably the main thing that's happening to coal now. Is not people getting away from climate change. They're doing that for a long time, but it's just that gas has become so blasted cheap all over the nation. Now, let me explain Ontario versus Germany. Why is Ontario 16 cents and Germany 39? Ontario, look, one of my basic tenets of faith is you cannot turn regulated prices loose in the free market, because regulated prices don't have pricing signals built into it. The free market assigns pricing signals. Regulated prices, we've had several total catastrophes when we turn regulated prices loose in the free market. The New York 6-cent roll, California, when they deregulated, it doesn't work. We've got regulated markets and free markets. They both work, they mix well. In Ontario, the Ontario Power Authority realized that. And so what we did is we said, we're going to put in wind. Now, what did Germany do? Germany said, we're going to put in wind and we will put in feed-in tariffs. And anybody can put wind in and we will pay you this rate, which is a high rate. That's fine. It's too high, but we'll pay you that rate. And so the wind producers, what did they do? They located the wind where they would maximize their profit. Exactly what I would do. It's exactly what everybody in this room hopefully would do. But they totally neglected the externalities. Just as coal and oil and gas have externalities, so do renewables. But these renewables are found in cost to the grid. The wind producers totally neglected the cost of the extra transmission. They totally neglected the cost of stabilizing the grid. They maximized their profit. And they put wind farms out in the North Sea and the Baltic Sea where the cost of the transmission pretty well was equal to the cost of the wind. And so they foisted off on the German economy huge externality costs. You've got to look at externalities. If we're going to get an optimum future, you have got to look at the externalities of wind and solar. The people that are saying that renewables are equal are just neglecting those externalities. I always joke saying that renewables are equal to coal or gas in terms of basic cost. They both have externalities, but it's like saying a high school quarterback has reached parity with Tom Brady because they both threw 3 touchdown passes in one game. There's no parity there. And so that's a big thing. Now, Ontario, what did Ontario do differently? We looked and we said we need 1,000 megawatts of wind. And then we very carefully looked and we did a system plan. That was the best piece of utility planning I've ever seen. And we said the cheapest place to put it, given all the externalities, the transmission, the lines, the WAF, the system stability, the extra gas turbines, is right here on the shore of Lake Huron. And then they put it out to bid. And so the market then worked. It chose the cheapest one, but we didn't neglect externalities. The point is you cannot look at the externalities. Conservation is going to have a huge effect on this. Sales are going to continue to go down. We've only seen the tip of the iceberg in the demand side management. I think electric vehicles are going to be a bright spot. I look at a future where we have millions of devices that all have computer terms of MAC address and can constantly report back. I was on the board of a company called E3 Green Tech, and we sold it. I'll tell you who we sold it to in a minute if you think it's going to be important. And it was able to handle over 8 billion inputs a second coming in from homes and devices and optimize things. The gentleman that bought it was Warren Buffett, Mid-American Energy, and they're putting a lot of money into it. In the future, I can see millions of disconnected loads and generators and the grid and a system that looks at everything and optimizes it and says, what's the cheapest at this moment and charges electric vehicles and doesn't run refrigerators or does this or does that. But that basically demand-side management is going to have to start doing both ways. It can either lower things like it does now, but it can also raise things to get into balancing. So I think that's a force that's coming. So anyway, as I said, we can never let regulated prices loose in the free market. That's what we're doing with net metering. I think net metering, I'm not against solar. I love solar. I'm on the board of a solar company that really is, I think, going to make a huge hit. But regardless, I want to look at net metering. I want you to think about an airplane flying along, and the airplane is on autopilot, and it's in smooth air. And so what are the autopilot inputs? They're minuscule. They're just like this. Soon the airplane hits turbulence, and the autopilot has to start doing more input, more turbulence, more input. And so we're the same. We have a grid that we have to have an output that looks like that. And if we have machines, coal, oil, or gas that are like this, we don't have to have much input. We don't have to have much control because if we're not converting something. But what if the input suddenly starts looking like this? It's the same as the autopilot. We suddenly have to have something that's going like this. Input has to equal output. And so if you've got something going up, we've got to have something going down. We suddenly have to have this to start having, we've always in the past only had things go down, and usually to zero. And we can handle that. Now we have things going up. So in addition to reserves, we have to have what we call decremental reserves to handle it. If solar goes up, we've got to go down. It takes a lot more. Likewise, if you think about that airplane, it is told to fly at 37,000 feet. If you give it a 100-foot variation, you don't have to have as much inputs as if you give it a 10-foot variation. Then you've got to have a lot more control input. So we're tight. We have very tight limits that we have to run the grid at. And so we, to that extent, are like the airplane. We have to take in raw product, which is energy coming in, and we have to turn it into a very stable product. It takes a lot more to transfer something coming in like this into that than it does something that looks like this. And that's what we're up against. So the people that say that, I would agree that the cost of the energy from solar is probably the same as coal, maybe a little, maybe more, didn't make any difference. But we're not selling energy, we're selling reliability, we're selling stability, we're selling constant voltage, et cetera. So if you look at that, what I analogize that to, since I'm in Arizona now, is copper. Imagine two copper ores. One is 5% copper, and it's in an ore that's really soft, so it's very grindable. Doesn't have to have a lot of energy going into grinding it. You don't have to grind much of either. The other is ore that's maybe 10/100ths. That's the way copper miners, that's 0.1%, 10/100ths ore, but it's in granite. It takes a lot of energy to grind it. Well, for one thing, you got to grind a lot more of it. And then it's harder to grind because it's in granite. But say they both cost $10 a ton. Have they reached parity, grid parity? No. It takes a lot more to do this one. Same with solar, especially rooftop. I would agree that they probably cut down on transmission if you're in Arizona, and distribution costs. That may not be true if you're a winter peaker in the Northeast. It's going to be different for everybody. But the fact that this is going like this, we have to fix that. And that costs a lot more refining. So in my opinion, what the net metering types are doing now is they're bringing in a very inferior ore And they're saying, no, we don't want to sell it for the price of good ore. We want to sell it for the price of refined copper. Well, that can't go on because somebody's got to pick up those costs of refining that ore. And I think it will become more and more apparent as we go on. I think I'm not against net metering. I think it's a good concept. And I think we've got to move away from fossil fuels. But just because we need to go to renewables doesn't mean we need to go to any renewables. We've got to look at the cheapest. We've got to look at the externalities as we go. So as I say, if you think it's cheap, look at Ontario and Germany. I think it's still better than climate change. I think that as we look forward, we absolutely need the grid. A lot of people say, oh, we'll go to microgrids, little individual. We had microgrids 100 years ago. That's how we started out. We had all these cities that weren't connected. And we quickly realized that, connecting brought all sorts of benefits. Far less reserves. In other words, if you had a 50 megawatt plant in the city and 50 megawatt in the city and so forth, everybody needed at least 50 megawatts of backup. You put them together, you're done. You can get seasonal diversity with the grid. If you have an outage, somebody else can help you. How are you going to do demand side management without the grid? How can you reduce energy over here to take a peak over here if you don't have the grid? And also, how are you going to have central station wind and solar without the grid? How are you going to get the energy there? And so I think that the people that say the grid is dead, I think as an industry, we need to concentrate. To me, the grid is what enables renewables. We've got to build a faster, much more intelligent grid that can take all of this into account. Clearly, we've got to get away from the rate-based model. And I would point out that before a company can change, the people within the company have got to change. They've got to change their viewpoint. They've got to change their attitude. You can't look at wind and solar as the enemy. You got to realize that's where we're all going and try to figure out how to get there before they do. That's great to try to figure out. I'm going to get there before Solar City or Solar Reserve or anybody. That's great. That's competition. But they're not the enemy. That's where we're going, and we need to recognize that. Now, as I said, one of the things, and I think one of the previous speakers or somebody mentioned this, the regulators are really lagging. I mean, unfortunately, we're still regulated. And in many states, the market's here and we're trying to catch up here, and regulators are back here. And that's difficult because it is a very difficult game. And I had 3 friends. I went to West Virginia University and got a master's in engineering, and then I got a law degree. And I had 3 friends from law school that became utility regulators. And they're now, 2 of them are on the West Virginia Commission now. One of them's on now. And in each case, I sent them a sympathy card when they got appointed because it's tough being a regulator. I would say that one of the things that we really need to do within the companies to change is break down the silos. We have silos. We have horrible silos inside utility companies. We got to start switching people around because to devise an adequate solution or an adequate strategy to compete in the future, you're going to need everybody. You can't have this silo effect. You just got to start switching people around. And then I would say we've got to disaggregate costs. One of our big problems now is we don't charge for reliability. So net metering companies are able to come in, and since we never charge, they're basically using it for free. I wrote an article in Public Utility Fortnightly about an airline that really crashed every time it took off. They had very poor reliability. They figured, we know what we'll do. They bolted it to the top of one of the incumbent carriers and used their reliability for free. It was, I don't know what the article was, 5 or 6 months ago. Anyway, that's some of my thoughts, and I'll shut up for a while.
Well, Charles, your thoughts are extraordinary, and there are a lot of questions, I'm sure, and comments that you'll hold as well. We hear from our marvelous substitute, Radford Smith, who is with CPS Energy, used to be with Duke, is deeply ingrained in the business, with wide interests outside of it as well. But Radford, we're glad to have you here. Thank you for coming, and appreciate your making the effort to fill in for Doyle Beneby, who is off doing his new job, whatever that is. It's all yours.
Great. Thank you all very much. I apologize when I became an attorney. Apologies to the other attorneys in the room. My colleagues at work sent me a sympathy card and they said, "We're sorry at the passing of your immortal soul." To which I responded that I was a former Enron employee and that if I had an immortal soul, it was long since gone. They forgave me, but I would like to talk today a bit about the customer. And I think really, at least in terms of my perspective, everything begins and ends with the customer. There's a great saying that if you focus on the customer, you'll survive. Put perhaps a different way, if you don't serve your customer, someone else will. You know, I firmly believe that, and I think our industry is currently facing that watershed moment. Whether we choose to serve our customers in the fullest extent of what they want, or whether we choose to fight that reality. Some interesting tidbits I thought I would share. The average family of four in the United States, as it turns out, spends around 3% of their disposable income on electricity and gas. A pretty fair amount of their wallet. They spend 31% of their disposable income, though, on the things that consume electricity and gas, which means that those companies that provide those services are 10 times more relevant to the consumer than we as a utility. We may be providing the raw goods that really enable their lifestyle, but we are largely irrelevant in their thoughts about what we do as a business. Sadly, this means that perhaps our question about our tagline for our industry is perhaps under assault. We've also, I think all of us who work at a utility have some variation of the following theme, which is that we will provide affordable, reliable, and safe electricity or energy to our consumers. Interesting thing about that, I think we all agree that safe is paramount and that we're not altering that, and even reliable is critically important. The affordable part, though, I question whether or not that's really relevant to the consumer in quite the way it has been in the past. After all, microgrids, renewables, battery storage is not at all affordable by many measures, and yet we see consumers overwhelmingly choosing that. And so what is it that the consumer is really telling us? To me, what the consumer is telling us and what the data tells me is that the consumer wants choice. They want an ability to choose how they consume their electricity, why they consume their electricity, and when they consume their electricity. And they want the utility to provide that in any way possible. And in that sense, I think that's what the paradigm of the future for the utility really looks like. And if that's the paradigm, then I think my three primary rules for new products and services would then hold, which is the first is offer a product somebody wants. Second, make money doing it. Third, make sure that the operational capabilities to deliver it work. If you do those three things, you'll probably succeed. If you fail to do any one of those three things, you will fail ultimately with the consumer. You have to make money at the products, you have to offer something people want, and you have to make sure that what you deliver provides whatever it is that the consumer is looking for. So often I see us as an industry providing products and services that we think they want, we don't know what they want, and typically we don't make money at it. We try and give it away. The old sales adage, it's worth what you paid for it. If you didn't pay for it, it's not worth anything. And I would argue that the way the utility industry needs to price its products and deliver its products is very different than how we do it today. Primarily, it's shifting from cost-based, which is so much of what we do today, to value-based. Value-based is a very interesting proposition. I'd like to talk about Nest to introduce the concept. Nest, we all know who Nest is. I serve on the customer advisory board for Nest, and they're a very unique and interesting company. How fast do you think a Nest thermostat can make a decision about how to change your usage based on a price signal? Almost instantly, right? How fast does it take a utility to get a new rate approved? Not quite as long, or actually far longer than that Nest thermostat can react. So I would call this, using my Enron lingo, I would call this an arbitrage opportunity. An arbitrage opportunity for those third parties to effectively arbitrage the utility out of business. Because what can they do? They can effectively shift the consumption faster than I can price my product. If that is the case, then the paradigm around how we price our product, yet how we even regulate our industry, I would argue, needs to change. And in doing so, we need to recognize that the technology itself today effectively allows for deregulation and competition in ways that no legislature and no lawmaker could effectively have imagined or create now. Effectively, I live in Texas, where, by the way, I moved to Texas a year and a half ago, and I'm very disappointed. If anyone here is from Texas, I was not issued a gun and my belt buckle when I showed up. Still looking for that. It's been a year and a half. I'm still waiting. That being said, I do live in Texas, one of the reddest of states, and even there in Texas, well, with very cosmopolitan regulators, I still cannot find a utility regulator who would be willing to give the utility the latitude to price its product in innovative ways and change the traditional paradigm of effectively setting and erecting barriers using my pricing to tell you to don't use my product. We tried this once before in another industry, telecommunications. It didn't work. What effectively happened is that customers wanted simplicity. They wanted the technology to handle the complexity of the pricing. They didn't care on peak or long distance or international. They just wanted to use the phone, right? So much of what we do today is to erect those same barriers. Why? Because our generation, our transmission, our distribution, our whole infrastructure is not appropriately designed and implemented to affect what the consumer ultimately wants, which is simplicity and just to use the darn energy the way they want to use it. It's that choice paradigm once again. So if we think about this in the need to change, not just our pricing, but our use of technology, I too would argue that the electric grid is effectively the engine of growth and opportunity for our industry. And that focusing on that really allows us to add and offer those new products and services that consumers so often wish to see. And really, I would say it devolves really into three major components. First, what is in your products and services portfolio that your customers want? Secondly, how have you designed your grid to be interoperable and capable of hosting and creating new things that traditionally have not been supplied? And last but not least, how will you use analytics to effectively find that next nugget of value? If those are the three components, I would like to digress for a moment and talk about what CPS Energy is doing specifically in those areas to really drive our vision of the future forward for the customer. It started off several years ago, before I was an employee at CPS Energy, when Joel Benby, our former CEO, chose to mothball a very large coal plant. He did this not because he was trying to seek favor with the renewables community, but because what he saw was a looming expense of having to put scrubbers on the facility and an opportunity, an economic opportunity to change the way the utility operated. He chose the latter. He chose to transform the utility, and we instituted a 450 megawatt purchase power agreement with the large solar manufacturer and brought Texas's only solar manufacturing to San Antonio. In doing so, we jumped CPS Energy from being a compliance-oriented utility, which is so often what we are, compliance-oriented, into being an innovator. And on the wholesale side, we jumped to being #1 in Texas for renewables and #7 nationally. And while that's very nice, I would say where we're even better is we also have the largest demand response portfolio. What we hadn't done is really put the two together. And so what we've been doing ever since then is now going back to what I was describing earlier as our three pillars. We're investing in the tools and the products and services to really innovate for the consumer. We too have a solar rental rooftop program, just as APS and SRP do. And we actually share occasional conference calls with them, and my apologies to APS, I stole your director of a director from Matt Croucher from you. He's really great in San Antonio. My apologies, but anybody wants to send a resume my way, I'm always looking too. But that being said, we think that transforming that customer experience really started with that product or service. To put it in point for us, over the last 7 years, we've had net metering and a very generous incentive-based program that generated around 27 some customers who participated in rooftop solar. In 72 hours of offering the new rooftop rental program, we had the exact same number of customers sign up. 72 hours versus 7 years. I don't know about you, but that tells me that I've got a product that people want. Better yet, we figured out the model that actually makes us profitable in doing so, even though we are municipally owned. Our profits, as they are, do accrue back to the city and pay for about 1/3 of the city budget. So it's important to make sure that we are providing value. And so we offer that new product or service, and at the same time, we too have invested in smart inverters on every one of those installations. And we are busy trying to figure out how to operate the system more effectively and ultimately to bid that as a resource into the ERCOT energy market and utilize that as a monetizable asset for us. At the same time, we are currently integrating our demand response programs into ERCOT, and we are investing in a DERMS tool, or distributed energy source management system, to effectively bid, manage, and measure and verify all of those programs, any edge-based asset, as a resource that we can bid into ERCOT. But we didn't stop there, as we always say in the game shows, but let's not stop, let's keep going. What else did we do? At the same time, we're also investing heavily in the grid. We are partners with NREL, as a matter of fact, and a few other companies, Duke Energy too, in creating an open source microgrid. We recognize the economics of microgrids are challenged, and part of that economics is the fact that they are custom and unique engineered pieces every time. So what did we do? We implemented a new architecture which allows us to essentially plug and play new assets and create the logic once and wash, rinse, repeat again, effectively lowering the cost of the microgrid. So while Duke Energy and CPS Energy are very different companies, we are building sister microgrids that we should be able to plug and play assets from each of us, even though one is an investor-owned utility and the other a municipal-owned utility. We are doing this to help build and make microgrids more affordable. And in doing so, we're building it on Joint Base San Antonio. San Antonio happens to be the largest concentration of military bases anywhere in the United States. And so the military is one of our most important customers. So we aren't just doing this because it sounds sexy and exciting, but also because it's really what our customer ultimately wants. But we're taking that investment in open and interoperable grids, and we're also deploying it to our own electric infrastructure as we deploy our AMI and distribution automation functions. Because as we've all talked about earlier, if I can't find a way to interconnect things, I'm effectively losing out on the value of my grid. For those of you with an engineering or telecommunications background, this might seem familiar, but it's essentially Metcalfe's law. And Metcalfe stated that the value of an interconnected grid is proportional to the number of commonly communicating devices. So in this instance, the more valuable I can make my grid is really driven by how interoperable I make my grid. So we've got products and services on the one hand that are transforming what we offer to the customer. We're also investing heavily in terms of how we make our grid interoperable. And last but not least, in terms of analytics, we've launched an analytics project like many other utilities. But what we're not doing is we're not focusing on AMI. AMI is one use case, yes. What we're doing is we're focusing across our entire company. Security, treasury, rates, the grid, power generation and the electric delivery services, and the customer side of our businesses are all stakeholders and all have use cases in ours. Why did we pick something like that? It sounds very hard. Well, the reason why we did it was because to break down the silos of the utility. What we found was often that the data from one part of our company was extremely useful in solving a problem for another part of the company. And by combining all of this together under one common architecture and one common set of tools, tools I might add that are available on the street as opposed to custom made, what that allowed us to do was to create an inordinate amount of value for the utility in ways we hadn't imagined previously. And better yet, it also allows me to transform the personnel of the utility. I don't have people who are specializing in unique tools that are developed just for us. Instead, I can find a Java programmer or somebody who's good with C or SAS who works in any other industry, and I can hire them into my group and effectively help transform our use of analytics. And in reflecting on all of this, essentially what we're talking about here is the intersection of four key themes. Distributed energy resources, which then creates the need to change how I modify and run my grid. Moore's law, which is making my grid smarter. Metcalfe's law, which is making it more interconnected. And last but not least, the use of analytics. What we're trying to do here, as I've said before, is tie all of these components together and find a way to really get in front of and listen to our customer, and therefore provide the products and services and the grid capability to meet their needs. With that being said, I look forward to your questions, and I'm excited to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Another short presentation. I'd like to make a few remarks, getting back to Charles and the stovepiping utilities, which tend to be in some ways very conservative organizations in their operations and their expectations, and how right you are that not only do you have to make a better mousetrap, but you have to do one where there's a mouse problem. No mouse problem, it doesn't matter how good the trap is. I was reminded years ago, after a meeting at the Edison Electric Foundation, I think his name was Bill Berry, I don't really remember correctly, who was the chairman of Commonwealth, and I'm not Virginia, Repco. And he said, come for a walk with me. And I had been talking about the future. And he said, he was so glad I'd done this. He said, every day I ask my executives, are you ready for the black box that's going to change everything? And they say, yes, Mr. Berry, we're ready. Hell, they're not ready. And they weren't ready, and nobody was ready. If this gives you any better feeling, another institution that I'm very interested in, the media, was not ready for what came down, particularly newspapers, were not ready for what came down the pipe. And they're in parlous shape to this day. They haven't found a new operating system. They haven't found their place in the market. And they've been stubbornly resistant to what their customers want, preferring to tell them what the customers or what they want. The explanation of this is in the internet. The internet delivers news and information subjectively in a very personalized way, in a very conversational way. Newspapers have resisted that. They want to be oracular, to be, in a sense, remote. And it's very interesting how that lesson applies. I was once up at Bell Labs, and I was coming down to Washington on the train, and I've been blown away by optic fiber. It was the first time I had seen it, and I was thinking about the things that I cared about: newspapers, electricity, and the train itself. Three great institutions that seemed to me at that time to be making no progress, and indeed they weren't. They'd glommed on bits of computers here and there, but they hadn't radically embraced new technology, which is why I find these two presentations so exciting. I would mention, Charlie, one of the contributors probably in Germany is they also phased out nuclear power, which added to that huge cost.
Nuke, and then the fact that Ontario did not phase out nuke, but also has a lot of hybrid, clearly a major factor.
We're open to questions, yeah? Ed.
So I was wondering how you guys it's really interesting that you
Let's get the microphone because it will help for the streaming.
Charlie, I thought your discussion about externalities as they apply to renewables and distributed energy really made a lot of sense. And it was just really great to look at it that way. But how would you look at externalities in fossil fuels and try to level the playing field between fossil and renewables, and maybe your thoughts on carbon taxes?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I mean, I think we've got to recognize all externalities. There's a lot of people, for instance, say, well, it's okay to neglect the externalities in renewables because we're neglecting the externality, and that levels the playing field. And I just about got run out of the EIA probably back in the 1980s or 70s or something, because Jim Rogers and I were both talking about carbon taxes back then. So I think we've got to recognize it. But my point of view is, if we don't look at the externalities, let's just forget coal for a while, forget gas, forget oil, forget even nuke. That different renewables have different externalities. And if we don't look at those externalities, we'll end up with the wrong package. And we can actually set renewables back if we get a consumer backlash. The grid can handle 10 or 12 or 15% of that anything. So far, the implementation of renewables hasn't really cost. We haven't had to have a lot more, although I think there were somebody that they said they needed more ramp rate. We're going to start getting into needing a lot more. So I definitely think we need to consider all externalities. But I joke that not considering externalities of renewables is like the old thing of two wrongs don't make it right. This is Washington, D.C., two wrongs don't make it right, but they make a great precedent for a third wrong. And so I think that we really do need to look, because even if you're neglecting everything else, you need to look at the externalities of every different renewable rooftop, central station, solar, wind, storage, etc., to see what's the cheapest package to get.
Gentleman in the green shirt at the back.
Yeah, Mats Nilsson. I'm an economist and I kind of appreciate the reasoning on externalities, but I think something we overlook is that we tend to look at one technology. We're talking about either we're for wind or we're for solar or we're for nuclear, but I think, if we had a reasonable mix, because some of the issues are not externalities, but if you get only wind, it's going to produce very intermittent. So we need to actually talk about the mix a lot more. That would be my, conclusion.
I completely agree. As a matter of fact, I would say that that's one of the things that I worry most about our industry is that we are rushing headlong into a natural gas boom. I've heard many a pundit say that these gas prices will be here forever. I think they're forgetting about mean reverting, which means that the prices always revert back to their long-run historical average, and it's a lot higher than where the prices are today. And I think about that and the volatility in that fuel. And if we all buy into that fuel, and that is our primary generation resource, we're all setting ourselves up to be a very, very rocky future. And I would argue that we need that diversity.
I absolutely agree. I think we have a huge risk with our rush to gas. I've got one of my favorite graphs. I wish I could throw it up there. It goes back clear to the 1970s, and it shows forecasts of gas prices. And back in the 1970s, they looked like that. They were going up to like $6 a million. And then in 71, maybe they were 580, and they kept coming down. So what actually happened? Gas prices went flat. Well, then we got to where there was the gas bubble, and people said gas prices will never go up. So what happened? Gas prices went up to 12 and 13 in some places. And now they're back down, but everybody is putting in gas now. The petrochemical industry is coming back on shore. And I just saw today in Oklahoma, they're worried about earthquakes and they may cut down some of the injection wells and things. And I really can see a time when we're going to about the fact that we've gone so heavily to gas.
I really enjoyed your presentation. I did, but except for so, and when we didn't discuss this issue, the mixture, the portfolio of generating options, and what you think that portfolio should be.
Sure. So one of the things that I always find interesting in integrated resource planning is that a few smart people at the utility sit around and decide perhaps 5 or 6 scenarios that they'd like to see run. And they decide that this represents the range of possibilities, the future outcome. It's a very deterministic view of the world, which says that by reason I can pick the 5 or 6 outcomes that are likely to happen. I used the word stochastic a few times to describe the kind of analysis I wanted to see in the executive suite. And most people quickly either surreptitiously looked at their iPhone and attempted to find out what stochastic meant, or just fessed up right away and said, what in the world are you talking about?
What in the world are you talking about?
And what stochastic analysis is, it says I can't really determine the future, but what I can do is I can run a scenario thousands of times and slightly vary all the variables, and I can create a shape of the potential outcomes and assign a probability to that. And effectively, I can guess at which is the most likely or least likely outcome, and I can understand the risk that I'm particularly undertaking. Now, if you take that integrated resource plan and you think about how to do that using stochastic analysis, you might pick a different fuel source or technology mix based on the understanding of where the markets will move over the long run. Here's the interesting thing I think we're also missing, which is you need to do a bill analysis every time you do that. And what you'll discover is if your portfolio weights heavily to one technology or one fuel, what you will find is that the customer bill will be extremely volatile. And that the more you move away from a balanced portfolio, effectively the more volatile you're making it, which therefore incentivizes your consumer to leave you. And so what I would argue for is an analysis of not just the technology and the fuel cost based on the lowest long-run cost, but also, I would argue, what has the least volatile impact on the consumer bill. And so what we did at CPS Energy was we aligned the customer analytics with the long-term supply side analytics and make sure that they have that perspective. In other words, let the consumer, with their desires for how they want to see their bill, what they want in terms of volatility and price that they're willing to accept, drive the planning for the long run, and then go make those generating resources and implement those things that make that mix correct.
I may be a heretic, people will say, but I'm going to make an argument for coal in a minute. I want to discuss Cleveland. Arizona is a special place. I mean, I live here, I love it. But we have a lot of sun. I hate to rub it in. I mean, to us, we call this severe winter weather when it gets down to this low. But I want to discuss Cleveland. Now imagine that there's a period of 5 cloudy, overcast, yucky days. And then you have one bright sunny day where the wind blows. And then you have 5 more yucky, cloudy days, no wind, no sun. And imagine you've only got solar and wind. Well, obviously, you've got to, at the end of the 5-day period, let's say you've got 5 days of batteries installed. Your batteries are drained. Now, you got that one sunny day. Now, in either Detroit or Cleveland, this would be called good weather because of the one sunny day. What's good winter weather? They have a whole sunny day. You've got to charge your 5 days of battery. So you need one day of generation to run that day. You need 5 days of generation to charge the batteries. You could have 6 days of generation to charge those batteries for one day. I think that if you went to entirely, again, it's a very mistake, but if you went entirely to renewables, you would have to have a parallel system. NERC standards require that we design and operate the system so that the probability of an outage on the main grid is 1 day in 10 years, and we constantly look at that. The ISOs look at that, what we call the N-1 criteria. If you have N units running, the grid has to run with N-1 units. Any unit can fail, it can't cause an outage. To meet that criteria, if we had that many, if we had 100% renewables, I think you would have to have a parallel grid, not parallel grid, but parallel plants that could step in to keep that reliability there. At that point, I think you would find that coal with CCS would probably be economic. I know many people are going to say, oh, you're nuts. I probably am. I mean, I never, I just say what I think. But I think we do need a mix. We can't go all, if we're going to go all to renewables, then we need to go 105%. The gas units may be offline to gas. I think that even coal with CCS may make a change.
Ken?
Question for Jim.
Oh, sorry, the microphone is that.
The comment was made about Germany taking nuclear offline. There's still a lot of nuclear plants still online. They can't knock them all down because they have to build a bunch of coal plants first. So they're in the process of doing that. But the idea is to take them offline. Also, they're getting a lot of taxes from the nuclear plants because the nuclear plants are so profitable that Germany taxes them extremely high so that they can put the subsidies into wind and solar. Your comment about the 5 days and the 1 day brings up something about renewables that's really important, that's often neglected, and that's seasonal variation. People talk about intermittency and how we can fill it in with batteries or whatever, ideas stored out there on a utility scale, but seasonal variation is just ridiculous. And if you look at, there's a website, I'll put it up tomorrow when I talk, that shows the total solar output in Germany. And you can look at it for any day, and it gives you an hour by hour rundown. And if you look at that, some days in the wintertime, you'll go for an entire week where there's virtually nothing coming out. And if Germany had 100 times as many solar panels as they do now, they would still have insufficient power to power their electrical grid, even during the couple hours a day when solar is at its peak. So, the all renewables idea, I'll discuss a little bit more tomorrow as well. It's really not
shown to be viable. One other thing I just wanted to mention, since you were talking about climate change and NASA, and about NASA, using satellites for various ways of measuring climate change, one of the things they can measure is the depth of the ice sheets. And Jim Hansen, the climatologist, kind of granddaddy of climate change, recently wrote a paper on the ice sheets. And what he points out is that every year through melting and calving of icebergs, the Greenland ice sheet loses about 300 cubic kilometers of ice. And until the last decade or so, that's been compensated for by about 300 cubic kilometers of precipitation. But the last couple of decades, the precipitation has diminished to the point where Greenland is actually losing about 100 to 150 cubic kilometers of ice per year. So, I mean, that's really substantial. That's half of what it's losing normally. It's not compensating for it. So, something that definitely has to be looked at. Let me chime in on that one just for a second. I absolutely agree, but I'm going to point out there's an even larger effect. If visible light comes in, visible light really is not absorbed to the atmosphere. Visible light comes in, it heats, it hits something, it warms up, and it emits infrared. Everybody in this room, everything is emitting infrared. It's the only way the Earth is of getting rid of energy is radiating energy back. And it's the infrared that's absorbed in the atmosphere. If visible light comes in and hits ice, it goes right back out as visible light, it gets back out. But if it hits water, it goes back out as infrared. And so as we lose this ice sheet, we're really, it's called Arctic amplification. It's really a huge problem.
In this world, and we'll come to in a moment with a question that one comes to me, and that is in this world, if we're really looking to get rid of greenhouse gases, we have a policy problem where we're closing down nuclear plants so that we can have more gas generation. The way we're clearing prices at PJM or any other market is not compensating for the damage and the consequences that we're in this extraordinary situation where we're doing things that are contrary to the long-term interests, contrary to what's going to happen in Paris next month. Is there something we can do? I'll ask the audience as well as the panel to rationalize the swing to gas at the cost of non-polluting, non-carbon adding generating systems, nuclear in particular.
Well, so I have a daughter. She's 6 years old. She's the pride and joy of our family. And my wife and I have, I think, different parenting skills, which is to say that my wife is good at certain things and I'm good at others. And sometimes our daughter does things that are perhaps a little dangerous, and my wife instantly swoops in to protect her and tell her not to do those things. I, on the other hand, have a bit of a different philosophy. I kind of stand back and let her play with the garbage disposal sink and sink. And if she gets hurt, I'll say, well, you'll learn not to do that again, right? Actually, I don't do that.
Didn't need fingers to begin with.
Right. Who needs an index finger? You're just pointing. So I think to some degree, we have the regulation and the market that we ask as a society, right? Which is to say that we as a society tend to react as a group, and our regulators tend to react to that, and they tend to give us what we ask for, which is what we want renewables and we want gas-fired generation, and so we are going to get a lot over the next 5 or so years. And then we're going to go, my gosh, that was the dumbest thing ever. How on earth could we do that? Our prices are sky high, and they're very volatile, and I don't like this, and how could the utilities be so dumb? And then we'll all go invest in something else, and we'll talk about how great that is, and we'll do that for 5 or so years. And to some degree, I think we can sound the clarion alarm and tell them that this is a bad thing. This might be harmful to consumers and to everyone. And on the other hand, I think to some degree we're just going to get what we're going to get. And we can tell them all we want, but it seems consumer sentiment is for us to move in a particular direction, and you can either get run over by the bus or you can get on the bus. Which would you rather have? So I don't mean to sound fatalistic about it, but I think to some degree we are on this ride and we've got to finish it.
Yeah, I think it's very hard for Congress or a state government agency or anybody to handle a subject like this where the externalities are spread around the world and affect people 50, 60, 70, 100 years from now. And they're so diffused because they're non-arrival, non-excludable. So it's going to be really hard for them to do things like that. I think also on the subject of coal, let me throw one more thing. And I mentioned that the big effect, probably the biggest thing on coal right now is natural gas. I think another thing is what I call regulatory exhaustion. Utilities have just gone through a period of the last 20 years of, the EPA says 111D, 13, whatever, SOx, NOx, et cetera. And every time you spend $500 million, you go, I'm done. Boy, a year later, it's another thing that you're going to have to fight for $500 million. And I call it regulatory exhaustion. I think basically utilities are so the heck with it. I'm not going to play that game anymore. I don't care what the economics are. I'm just not going there.
Jim?
Yeah, Jim, I think the question you asked Llewellyn is one that should be asked of Tom Fanning, because he is successfully implementing a nuclear power plant in the state, and how he's able to buck the natural gas trend. Now, I mean, the flip side of that is we live in a free market economy, and this is the way the free market plans are going. Tom Fanning has a good answer to your.
Well, it's going to be here tomorrow, but it seems to me, and I don't know what Ronald thinks, but it seems to me that he is a regulated industry throughout, and he has the luxury of doing things like carbon capture storage, and many of these other, including the local plants, which is a luxury that deregulated.
But in doing so, he's able to perhaps create some economies of scale that allow the next person in line to further add.
Ken, I think too that, there's very few companies this side of the Southern that can build one. And I think so many of us, I mean, I went through Midland, Quantico, Seabrook, et cetera, in my career. And we had so much fun. But to me, the future is a small modular reactor. The analogy I always use, if I emailed United last night, if United wanted a new airplane, and so they called an architect, engineer, and said design one, and then they put out RFPs for wings and engines and little thingies that make air come out of the ceiling, and they built it on the runway in Denver. It cost $6 billion a copy. That's the way we used to build plants. The small modular reactor, and one time I was at Seabrook when we was finally energized and all through that time. Over 40% of our work was rework. And 40% of the total cost was engineering. It was horrible. But if you can do the small modular, you build them in a factory. It's what United is. They call Boeing and say, send me a 777 or whatever they want. And I think it's going to radically cut the cost. You can hook up 20, 50 megawatt units into a common steam heater. You can take this one down for maintenance. You can take this one down for refueling. You get good at maintenance. You're always maintaining the same thing. You get good at refueling, and then you have 4 or 5 turbines that are running off of the header. And I think that's the way we're going to go. I mean, I think the era of the 1,000 megawatt, I may be wrong, but what utility wants to put 6 or 7 or 8 or 10 billion on the line if it fails?
Yeah, and I would add just one more thing to that. So Southern also acquired AGL Resources, or is in the process of acquiring it. So to some degree, I would argue Tom's probably hedging his bets. And I would say also, in full disclosure, I'm a former Southern Company employee, and I worked for Tom. And I would say Tom is very much hedging his bets. He's got his nuclear play, but he's also got his gas play, and he's trying to make sure that either way they come out on top. As any good utility CEO should.
To ask my question, and I realize I gotta be brief, but I mean, Charlie, you were saying that even if Duke and Southern Electric Power stopped producing coal-fired electricity today, the impact globally would be negligible.
It'd probably be blackouts, but the impact on climate change would be rather negligible.
Okay, so with the climate talks coming up in Paris this month, how do you sell climate, how does President Obama sell climate change to the American public? And then how do you sell it internationally?
I think the only viable way to sell it is that everybody else is cooperating. And you just saw the Chinese have just said, oh, we're burning this much. Nope, nope, just kidding, we're burning this much. And that was almost as much as we're burning. I mean, the delta was huge. So I think that you've got to get, you've got to explain it that the rest of the world is on board. And frankly, I don't know that I see that. You go to some small country, pick one that's, not very developed, and you say, we want you to cut back. And they say, wait a minute, let me understand this. I'm making up this number, but 74% of the carbon in the atmosphere is from the developed world. Now we want to come up and you're telling us to cut back. When we get up to 74% from the country, let us know and call us and we'll worry about it. So, I mean, I'm very bleak on the outcome, frankly. I mean, because I see people paying lip service, but in Paris, it'll be interesting to see what comes out. But unless you can get China and Russia and India, and maybe forget Burundi or Rwanda or something, but get the big ones to say, yes, we will cut and have targets. Again, for one country to cut, we'll put them at a horrible disadvantage vis-a-vis the other countries. And I'm a fanatic on climate change, but it's realism.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, Steve Hines. I used to go out to the Chicago Climate Exchange, but it actually was an exchange. I was there. I also was involved with ETS. Many of the oh, I'm sorry, the ETS emission trading scheme. The problem with both the tax and the cap and trade is that there isn't an example of it actually working. So how do utilities try and such that they tried to do in New England with Reggie? How do they react when there's no viable way of pricing carbon? We can't trust a lot of. I mean, we're stuck in a world with a lot of funding bias. So even things like health and all of these other issues, simply we can't trust anybody anymore when you sort of look out, and that includes academia, by the way, who may be the biggest receiver of the largesse of the climate industry. How I want somebody to help me parse through this and see how we can do something that is manageable, it has some certainty, and is measurable and verifiable.
I saw a great cartoon once. It was two business guys executive looking, and the one guy said, these regulations are going to fundamentally alter the way we get around them. And I think that's what you're talking about. Look, it's got to be enforceable. There have to be penalties. I mean, I think Reggie's had a little bit of impact, but again, I know several companies that have switched more to gas. They do look at it as their dispatch. But again, it's probably not going to make a lot of difference unless we can get everybody else on board. But it's going to have to be something that really has teeth to it. I agree with you. I mean, if we just have something half-hearted.
And doing a tax code establishes the price. And almost every other instance, we let the market.
There is no market here. I mean, that's one of the problems. I mean, if you look at the definition of an externality, blah, 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 and for which no market exists. And so there is no market. And so you're just going to have to wing it. And put a price on it and see what kind of reductions you get. And it can't be too big of a price or you're going to have blackouts, or maybe not blackouts, but ridiculous bills. You have to give people a chance to adapt to it. And that takes years in our industry.
Anybody else? Yeah, everybody here? Thank you. Bill Brandt, I just wanted to get your thoughts on cybersecurity as it relates to these technologies.
So cybersecurity is one of those interesting topics. I have I've done a bit of work in this space. Full disclosure, when I started working at Southern Company, I was a board call center clerk, and so I hacked their Novell network for fun. They didn't fire me, but I did get them to update their password quite a few times. all that being said, you know, that was a top-notch security for this day and age. Sadly, it was a long time ago for me. And today, with the technology being interconnected, one of the things we can't overlook is the security of the system. Because privacy, data, the things that we're able to control, especially as the grid becomes smarter and more intelligent and interconnected, the consequences are far greater if security is breached. But the interesting thing, though, is that our industry as a whole is obsessed with transport security. I liken this to everybody gets in the car and locks the doors. No seatbelts, right? So we can get from wherever we are to wherever we're going, and the doors will be locked, and no one can get out or get in. We all know that's probably not the best way to secure yourself in the car. We'll go back to my 6-year-old. My wife, who actually has a helicopter soundtrack to her actions with my daughter, she actually seatbelts my daughter in, puts her in the child seat, puts pillows and everything strategically aligned, and we have a car with side airbags and front. So, my gosh, if anything even taps the car, our daughter will survive. We as parents, maybe not so much, but her, she'll live. And I call that context-based security, which is to say that our daughter is the most important thing in the world to us. And so we do security for her. We do everything possible to secure her. Us, not so much. The data that we get today from these smart assets, though, we treat it all as equally important, as is every piece of data is a social security number. And, you know, a lot of times the data that's being moved back and forth are things like log files. They're not really relevant. And the problem is the way we secure it. And what I am seeing now is a transformation of the way we do security from the traditional transport-based to more context-based, which is to say, this data at this time and this location is now more relevant and needs to be more secure than it's traditionally been done. And I think that, along with the utility adopting some of the technologies that are the norm outside of our industry for security, I think that's really where you're going to see a lot of innovation and a lot of change for us going forward.
And what worries me, I was on a board of directors with a gentleman, Peter Pace, who's been chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and he said there's probably a few people out there right now that can bring our grid down, but they're not going to because we can bring theirs down. But what those people know today, the average grad student's going to know in 2 years, and then the average undergrad in 3 years, and then some high school student just out for a lark. And then the thing that worries me is not necessarily breakers and things, it's actually destroying equipment. Because if you destroy a turbine, you're down for quite a while. I mean, if every breaker in the US opens and you go down, 24 hours, you probably can get most of it back. But if you take turbines out, which is, you did to the Iranians, you're in trouble. It's a long, long outage. And it's so, I mean, I forget what the numbers, you know, what the Cleveland, the outage that was centered around Cleveland a few years ago, I've seen numbers on that. It was a day, it was like $11 billion to the US. I forget the number, but it's huge.
There's been a lot of talk about the economics of how we deal with energy and climate change. And Charles, we were talking about small modular reactors, which, you know, I think ultimately, you're talking about CCS or you're talking about subsidizing various energy sources. If we're really going to get nuclear power to the point where it's going to make a difference in the world, it's just going to have to be cheaper than coal and gas. And ultimately, the mass production small modular reactor idea is going to be the way to do that. And there's a lot of evidence that we're ready to do that now. You were talking about 50 megawatt reactors, NuScale is coming up with a 50 megawatt reactor, but 50s are pretty small. You can build small modular reactors like we built airplanes that put out about 250 to 380 megawatts per module. And you can still build them in factories with all the quality control and move them out to where they're going to be used. I suspect that aside from niche applications where, you know, say a company that needs 50 megawatts, that's, well, I used to work for companies up in Alaska, and they power autonomous diesels. You know, a 50 megawatt reactor would be perfect for them, but I think in most cases we're going to be looking at probably 250 to 400 still buildable in factories. We get to the point where that's going to be as cheaper than gas and oil, and coal. Then the economics will drive the thing because fuel is going to be trivial. And you were talking about the stochastic analysis and, projecting, and a lot of that has to do with projecting prices in the future. What's gas going to cost? What's coal going to cost? For nuclear power, you don't have that issue. We're not going to run out of uranium. And especially if we use fast reactors, we have enough fuel out of the ground to power the whole plant for about 1,000 years. We don't even have to mine uranium anymore. So, when you talk about projecting out into the future, you're talking about a game-changing technology that you bring the cost of fast reactors down to the point that it's cheap as coal or gas, and then you have no fuel costs for 80 years, thereabouts, 100 years possibly. So, and this is something that organizations like the International Energy Agency, the IEA, they did a special, they do an annual report, and each year they focus on one particular technology, and this year they focus on nuclear. And it's really hard. They're a very conservative organization. They have a lot of influence in fossil fuel companies. And I participated in the discussions leading up to that annual report. And said, why don't you, they do all these scenarios, what if we do this, this, and this. And I said, what if you do a scenario where the world switches wholeheartedly to nuclear like France did, where they went from 20 to 80% nuclear in 11 years. And I couldn't get them to just even put out this scenario, but it's something that very, very possibly could happen. We can actually build these things very fast, and we can get them up and running around the world. So, it makes projecting a little difficult, but you could see a real transformation.
Yeah, any further, or winding down here, over here in the front?
Yes, I'd like to ask a couple of questions to the CPS and please. You talked about building out the grid and the need for greater connectivity. How much work have you done so far? How much does the grid need to be built out? And what scale of investment are you referring to? Same question is on the value to the customer that you mentioned. That you talked about the different values that different customers face depending on the service they're receiving and what they're willing to pay for. So what is the range? Can we get some sort of quantifiable range that you identified of what a customer would be prepared to pay for the service?
Sure. So this is where I get to take off my engineer's hat and put on my lawyer's hat and give you the proverbial attorney answer, which is to say it depends. In all truth, it really does depend on what is the value of the service or product that you are providing. We've seen customers in our new solar program who literally broke down in tears and called us. They never had internet access, and they said, "I can't wait to have solar on my roof. I realize it's only going to be, around $30 or so a month, but it's a lot better than what I've been having to deal with, and this helps me immensely." The value to that consumer is quite great. What I'm charging for it is not very much. And in terms of being able to build out the grid, I think for us, what we're trying to do is build out a system, an architecture that we can have it be to some degree future-proof. And having a business case that dots every I and crosses every T on the dollars and cents on that is rather hard to do. As a matter of fact, to some degree, I call it the curse of the use case, which is that utilities love to come up with an idea and to build a thing to do that. And then that's all it does. And when we do that sort of an architecture and solution, we end up with a lot of very single-purpose siloed stovepipe solutions. What we're trying to do is say, look, let's build this into our architecture. It's actually a rather low cost up front. When we did a demonstration project at Duke Energy, it was around $50 incremental charge per node on your network. So if you had an AMI network with around 500 or so nodes, multiply by 50 and you've got your answer. It's a relatively cheap upgrade. The technology that's being used to do that is something, if you use LinkedIn and Facebook, you use already. And it still complies with a variety of security standards and utility protocols. So you're effectively just adopting the technology that the rest of non-utilities are already using today at a very slight incremental cost. We think the value that's derived from it is enormous. As I was saying earlier, the ability to reduce the cost of the microgrid and be able to integrate new capabilities into that microgrid without having to re-engineer and redesign it every time that's almost invaluable to us because the cost and complexity in putting those systems in is so ridiculously high. Any sort of even marginal improvement in integration is an enormous cost advantage to you. And so that's how we're doing it, and that's roughly the cost benefits that we're contemplating as we're doing it.
I can take one more question. Do we have an ultimate question here? Okay. Yeah. Ken.
Thank you very much. Carly, you mentioned before that there's sort of a social mandate to phase out fossil fuels. All right. How would does that comment sort of endorse subsidies to non-fossil fuels, or how would you think it would be best to achieve that goal over time?
Personally, I would. No, I mean, I don't know what society is going to do. I mean, I think we've got to look at the total cost of each fuel, including all the externalities. And you're going to find out it's going to be more expensive. I mean, if you look at the cost of coal or gas or oil right now, we don't burn much oil, agree, or even nuke, and you add the externalities, they're much higher than what we're billing now. And so if you look at solar, it's also going to be higher than what we're billing now. And wind, I'm not trying to differentiate between solar and wind. So I think that in order to jumpstart them, it's just like PURPA jumpstarted the whole industry. Where it's reached too high, probably, but it did jumpstart an industry. So I would not be adverse to doing something like that to get it jumpstarted. In the end, I think it's got to, again, the market cannot possibly make correct decisions unless the consumers that are buying it see the price signals. So if you're subsidizing it, you're not going to get the right mix. But it's a valid thing to say, oh, we're going to jumpstart this. That's what the feed-in tariffs have done. Unless the feed-in tariffs were ridiculously high, and they quickly backed off on it. I would point out, for instance, you talk about externalities. One of the big ones is if the wind suddenly goes down or the sun suddenly goes down, APS or Mark was sitting here, has to pick that up. They have to say, if renewables are going like that, we got to have something going like that. In Spain and Germany, the rule is if you're a solar producer and you schedule in 50 megawatts and you're only putting out 30, you batch one. You've got to bear that. Well, that means that you have a much bigger, one of the great ideas I've heard, and this one's funny, it's not funny, but is to take, there's a bar problem on a line. If you have a long line and you have buried energy in it, you're going to have a huge bar and voltage problem. So one of the ideas which I really endorse is to put gas turbines, especially like in Oklahoma and Texas, where they got a lot of gas, right where the wind farms are. And they can do this and make the line constant. I saw the other day that the big Ivanpah solar farm has got gas turbines trying to balance, and they've now got in trouble for excess carbon emissions in the solar farm. I think that's really funny, but
I think you will agree with me that you're just two of the most remarkable minds in our industry, and a big hand for them. We're going to take a refreshing break, and we'll see you back in 1.5 hours. Half an hour. Thank you.
Thanks for tuning in. We'll be back in about half an hour.
The rest of the conversation right? Okay. Also, yeah, definitely. But I don't think it's actually you on some different ones I have. Like other games, so might be useful. Yeah, absolutely. I guess one last. Right, yeah, so I don't want to have more of what we can all talk about this and say, view of conference. Or on view of conference.
All right. Ladies. Well, I actually used to work at APS for a long time, and just saw the opportunities out there. Almost 3 years now. Yeah. So you're the hammer. 1, 2. Oh, okay. You're the hammer. Yeah, that's fine. That's what you decided. Yes, this is it. Better try. That's pretty. Just so you can get that. Yeah. A lot of these. So you think they originally required. So I came over and then I took those roles. We get tired of having You know, if I was just there going through. My office was in Scottsdale, I paid the same thing in my water recycling. So, you know, the idea is started to have the operating music. So we have a small office that was very convenient. So we're just off of 8th.
Ladies and gentlemen, could you be seated, please? And we continue with another extraordinary panel, and we're going to have from, in this order, John Selling, Senior Director of Research and Advisory Services for the Solar Electric Power Association. I think you all know what that is. It's the Association of Large Solar Power Utilities, or utility occupied, the organization that represents large utility solar power. Brian Keane, a great friend of mine, and the president of Smart Power, which is a marketing organization for power. And our final speaker, who I'm just delighted to have here, Brian Hannigan, who basically makes it all work. He works with the Renewable Energy Laboratory in Golden, Colorado. I tried to get him at an earlier conference, he couldn't make it, so I'm delighted to have him here. But we're going to leave him to the last, so that when Brian and John have told us what they're doing, he is going to tell us how to make it work. If that's agreeable to everybody.
No pressure.
John, it's all yours. And explain what I haven't explained very well.
Awesome. Thank you very much, everyone.
Organization does.
Great. Welcome to Phoenix. I hope you're enjoying our beautiful frigid weather. We had hail at my office, which is a mile from here yesterday. I don't think I've seen hail since the Weather Channel. Quite frankly, I've never seen it here. So who's heard of SEPA? Show of hands. Who has an idea? That's what I like to see. Most of you are probably members. You don't even know it. We are a 501c3 educational nonprofit. It's very important. What we do is education and research primarily targeted at the utility industry. We do not lobby. We do not take advocacy positions. We are really here to provide unbiased information about this resource to utilities. To that end, we represent now over 530 utilities worldwide. We had an Australia utility join 2 weeks ago, actually, which is pretty exciting. We represent also over 475 non-utilities. And I'll show you some examples of the types of organizations that fit in that vertical.
From a utility perspective, we do represent the largest of the large utilities in the country that are doing solar, but also the smallest of the small municipal and cooperative utilities are members of us as well. Similarly, on the non-utility side, large developers, manufacturers, consulting firms, regulatory bodies, a lot of commissions. Commissions actually get free membership to SEPA. So we really do represent a lot of folks. We're now over 1,000 members strong. A big focus, like I mentioned, is education and research. So we put out member publications on a pretty routine basis, some publicly available, some just for members. This past year or two, we focused quite a bit on things like smart inverters, which hopefully Brian can explain because I'm not an engineer, and community solar, big hit that we've had a lot of utilities come and talk to us about. We're going to touch a little bit on that as well later today. We also have a couple of conferences, one specific to the utility industry that we do in April every year, and then we co-own the industry's largest trade show, Solar Power International. Some of you may have heard about an announcement that came out about a week ago at NARUC. We have joined forces with the Association for Demand Response and Smart Grid, Dan Deliri's group. So we are now, they're going to be coming in under our umbrella. As SEPA, we're expanding our focus. We are still focused on utility scale and distributed solar, but because of the integrated grid and all the things that Brian's going to confuse us about later, we need to talk about things like demand response, electric vehicles, battery storage. So that is going to be a focus of ours going forward. And Brian Keene asked me if we were going to rename our organization. I don't have any idea. Probably think what he and I came up with was Stuff's Electrified, Please Assist. I think that's probably the best choice for a new acronym. So quick market update. We get asked this a lot. Why is solar growing? Where is it going in? We did over, as an industry, 5.3 gigawatts AC last year. And that covered 182,000 plus systems. 99% of the systems going in every year are behind the meter from an interconnection perspective. We are now, as of this moment, we should be over 20 gigawatts AC as an industry in the United States. Again, very, very growing industry. I think this year we're going to see a little bit more residential and non-res as opposed to utility scale. Next year, probably a huge influx of utility scale assets trying to get in before the ITC step down. Why are customers picking this resource? I think that's part of our panel here today. They're doing it because it either saves them money or they just rather get power from someone else. This isn't a green movement anymore. Economics are the absolute driver, which makes sense. When you see adoption rates at this level, it's got to be something that's really driving the bottom line. And really what's driving that are a handful of factors. The first, pure economics. The solar industry has done a fantastic job of reducing costs over the last 5 to 10 years. They've come down from $7 to $8 a watt, so we're seeing systems go in on a residential roof in the 260 to 280 a watt range. We've heard of that in Arizona. We've heard of that in Montana, of all places, that 280 a watt or less is getting installed. And coupled with that, the utility industry has had rising electric costs. Rates have a tendency to go up with inflation over time. And so you have this confluence where prices are coming down, the offset's going up, so people have sold. We've also had a lot of policies on RPS targets. Arizona has a carve out for distributed generation. There have been heavy incentives in California that have stepped down in the last few years, driving the market. And then the industry itself, again, not only have they really pushed out prices on their product, but they've innovated how they sell those to consumers. The third-party lease model has drastically impacted the market share in every market it's hit. I think any place that third-party leases have gotten offered, it now becomes somewhere between 70 and 80% of the transactions. Much easier for a customer to understand. Years ago, if you wanted to put solar on a roof, you'd have to do the math. Well, it's $40,000, and how much is that going to save on my bill every month, and how many years is it going to take to pay off? The lease model is fundamentally different. It's all cash flow. So how much money is this going to cost me compared to what I paid last month? Very easy conversation to have, and it's really innovative in the marketplace. And so just to drive home the point on pricing and what we've seen happen, prices have dropped dramatically. This is from a NREL and DOE report, so blame him if you don't like the numbers, quite frankly. They've come down dramatically. We're seeing prices in the 25th percentile in the $3.5 a watt range. That can do transactions in a whole lot of jurisdictions, we believe. And this trend is going to continue to decline because the Department of Energy really wants to see these go down. They want to get to $1.50 on a rooftop as an average price nationwide by 2020.
That may sound like an insane goal. We're seeing utility scale assets go in for below $1.40 a watt right now for large systems. And once you get to that scale, that's where you're seeing those $40 a megawatt hour prices in a few different states. Getting to this price point may not be 2020 for the residential rooftop, but certainly within a few years of that, we believe that's a reasonable number. We're hearing that from a lot of different individuals. So they're squeezing these prices out, not really in the hardware necessarily, but in the soft costs, interconnections, customer acquisition, those types of things, labor costs, a lot of room to squeeze the price point out there. So we should see a continued decline in residential prices going forward. I mentioned community solar before, and I'm going quick because there's 3 of us, and all of you want to eat lunch, I'm pretty sure. So if you got questions, just kind of throw something at me. But we get a lot of questions now on community solar, which is instead of a one-to-one relationship, you're putting a system on someone's rooftop, and they're getting that energy off the bill. Instead, you build a remote asset. It's a one-to-many, one system. Lots of customers can sign up and subscribe to the output of that facility. Historically, what we've seen is there's now around 70 programs that are active. There's over 100 that have been announced, at least in the U.S., but well over 70 that are active signing up customers today. The average system size there is only like 100 kilowatts. I think this 75% of systems are under 800 kW. So very small systems that have been launched nationally, but they sold out. They have a pretty good subscription rate. I think 70 to 80% subscribe on average across all those projects. But one of the things that we're hearing now, we just completed a survey for a very large West Coast utility that found that around 75% of the people who participated in the survey said they don't care where the community solar asset is. This is important because what we've historically thought is that customers want to see this in their neighborhood. It is a community asset. Those are my solar panels. I can drive by them every day. That is fundamentally not the case at a grand scale. That is definitely something where a niche part of the population is seeing that need. They want to see those small assets in their neighborhood. But when you're talking about reaching large percentages of the population, again, our survey showed 75% either don't care where you site it or actually prefer it to be somewhere else. And again, that was for a large West Coast utility. We did focus groups as part of a DOE working group that we're running in 4 different cities, and in every city, Denver, Chicago, Atlanta, Fort Lee, New Jersey, we heard the same thing. They care about economics. They don't care where you put the system. One customer in Denver said, I don't like the substation next to my neighborhood. I sure as hell don't want to see your solar panels. But they are interested in the long-term economics. If you can make a long-term economic play to them around the community solar asset, a lot of interest there. The other thing that we heard that was of interest was that they don't really want long-term contracts. Another customer said, my cell phone has a 2-year contract. This is 10 times worse. Why would I sign a 20-year agreement for your community solar asset? I bring these up because we talk a lot about community solar. We've done multiple publications on this. A lot of folks in the industry are talking about it. Every utility I speak with wants to do community solar. I think as an industry, we need to fundamentally change how we talk about this. This could very well be something where you need to build larger assets, attack large numbers of your customer base to really get that adoption rate that you're looking for, but it can be a viable alternative because the interest is there. That same survey that we did for the utilities showed that over 60% of the customers wanted to sign up for the product after we explained it to them in the survey. So there is a real market for this. I would hate to not take advantage of Jeff and Mark earlier talking about ground zero, which is Hawaii. I think this is really where the rubber's been meeting the road. I don't even know what we call Arizona, quite frankly, but Hawaii is definitely ground zero. So to set the stage, that this is an island grid. Every island has to operate on its own. There is no transmission interconnecting the grids. So what you also see there is that each island has between 30 and 50% reliability margins. And that's our reserve margins that they have. And I think Charlie mentioned that 1 in 10 year LOLP, Hawaii is less than 1 in 4.5. Their grids are not the same as we have here in the United States in the mainland. They have over 20 times the penetration of distributed solar as the national average. Over 30% of the single family homes on Oahu have solar. It is an amazing amount of penetration if you've ever been to the islands to drive around and see how many houses have solar on the rooftop. In fact, what we heard, and we had that fact-finding mission that Mark Bonson mentioned to Hawaii a couple months ago. In the last 2 years, the distributed solar industry has put in more rate base, if you will, than than HECO has. In fact, HECO's entire rate base is something like $2.7 billion. The investment in distributed solar in the last 2 years is something like $2 billion. So an amazing amount of infrastructure being invested in. They are now at 50% of their feeders actually backfeeding to the grid at some point during the day, which is an astronomical number. And Jeff may know the number for APS. I can guarantee you it's nowhere near that. And in case you haven't been paying attention to the news, they want to move to 100% renewable energy. Okay, so that gets to be a little bit tricky in the grand scheme of things. What did we learn in Hawaii? A couple of things. One, the circuits and the feeders aren't the problem. They're actually handling a significant amount of solar, way more than anyone thought they could handle. It's the system itself that has the limiting factors now. Specifically, things like frequency swings. So right now, if you're a NERC-regulated utility and your frequency dips below something like 59.7, 59.4, you start paying gigantic fines. They have frequency swings down to 57 hertz in Hawaii. Very, very different paradigm. They are really going to need things like smart inverters and battery storage to maintain reliability on their grid. The other major thing that I list out is system inertia. So that big frequency friction, the big generators that are there to keep your frequency from dropping too quickly. If you don't have 100% renewable energy and you don't have conventional generation on the system anymore, where are you going to get inertia? Right now, they are counting on battery storage for providing large-scale battery storage to be able to ramp up instantaneously to provide the resources they need to maintain frequency. So those are going to be very key, I think, in Hawaii. One important lesson, and I think this applies in most states where we've seen solar get adopted, the market is much faster than you are. As utilities or as regulators, the market is more adept and more nimble. They can absolutely take advantage of price swings. I think we heard that earlier as well. When Fukushima hit in Japan and that went down, they had a huge spike in the need for oil in Japan, and that caused massive price increases. In Hawaii, you see a huge influx of people adopting solar right after that because of their high dependence on oil. So you can't really predict what the market's going to do. The last thing that we learned is that these are good assets. Absolutely. You have to look at the customer as providing you with a solution. And you can't look at this as a problem and say, oh, we got all the solar coming on. This is awful. What are we going to do about it? The right way to look at it is look at all of these resources on our grid. How do we take advantage of them? How do we put the standards in place? How do we participate with our customers so that we can actually take advantage of these assets and the provisions they provide? Smart inverters is going to be one of the first keys to that, quite frankly, being able to get those standards in place. So I want to bridge this a little bit to how we as an organization are trying to tackle this issue. We call it the 51st state. Which apparently is a bar right off the DuPont Circle somewhere, is what I heard. So, been there. Yeah. Anyway, now I'm going to drink after us at this point.
Where was me?
Huh?
Was it made at that
I can either confirm it or deny. So this is really a blank slate initiative. What we notice is that a lot of jurisdictions, the conversation around the distributed solar transaction has gotten nasty. Folks have been entrenched on one side or the other of the issue. Anytime some change has been proposed, it turns relatively acrimonious relatively quickly. I live in Arizona. I've seen net metering commercials during Sunday Night Football. That is honestly the worst experience of your life in this industry. You have to sit through those. So what we did is created this blank slate approach, and we launched this last year. We looked for folks to come in and suggest, ignore the current paradigms, the way things are done today. Don't even picture a specific state or utility. How would you design an electric market? How would you ensure safe, reliable service? How would you ensure customers have all the options that they want to be able to adopt these resources? We got over a dozen submissions in this process. They're all posted on our website, SEPA51.org. Very interesting stuff. We just now launched phase 2. A recap of the phase 1 ideas, by the way, we saw things fall into 2 relatively distinct camps. The first was we made a handful of tweaks. The marketplace we have today, the rules and regulations today are going to work fine. We need to be better about defining the regulatory construct. We need to better identify what the monopoly can and can't do. We need to talk about rate reform. We do some of these things, everything's going to work. And then there was another set of solutions that said we need to completely blow this up. We need to get around to something like New York Rev or some other market structure, change everything around about how we do this line of business. That's important because what works in California and Arizona probably isn't going to work in Arkansas and Nebraska. We need to have a lot of different ideas on the table, and luckily we did get a lot of ideas. So we just launched phase 2, which is about brainstorming how to actually get there.
One of the things with a blank slate is it's mostly bar napkins and glitter. You don't have to put a lot of construct on it and say how you're getting anywhere. That's really what the next phase is going to be about. Let's identify across a wide variety of aspects of the industry what needs to change and when, what are the logical steps that need to take place. So we have a roadmap initiative that's launched right now that we're looking for new participants in. We're getting a lot of traction on this. We've had quite a few conversations with neighbors about it as well. We're looking for folks to really talk about what changes in the retail market, in the wholesale market, what type of assets need to get deployed, what type of IT infrastructure is going to be required, how do we regulate this, and lastly, what's the utilities business model? Everyone we talk to acknowledges that the utility is going to exist. Someone has to provide safe and reliable service. Someone's got to have the poles and wires out there. But what are the rules of the road? What's the revenue model for the utility look like? Is it the same as today or is that changing? So we're trying to drive this conversation. We'd love if everybody take a look at what we have out there on our 51st State website and hopefully participate. And with that, I'm done and we can.
Thank you, John. We're going to move on to Brian King. Brian, come and sit in this seat because we're streaming and it's giving a better sound. Gotcha. And on the subject of streaming, I'm told the best place to pick it up is the PUF conference, PUFconference.com, the website when we put out all this conference. You can also see it on my website, which is the one of my television program on PBS, which is whchronicle.com or White House Chronicle. You'll find it there, but PUFconference.com is the primary place to find the streaming of this conference and the archiving of this conference. Brian King is my friend. He is also the president of Smart Power, which is a marketing organization for solar power. It is a not-for-profit. It has done extraordinary things in New England, here in Arizona, in South Carolina, is it? They're sort of knocking off state by state. So if they haven't knocked off your state yet, watch out. They're coming in, pushing solar power and making people with rooftops feel that there is a new day. Brian, it is all yours.
I don't have anything else to say. That was it. Thank you, Llewellyn. Thank you all.
Well, thank you, Brian.
Yeah.
Okay.
What I want to talk about is kind of disruptive technology and actually what's disrupting energy today. So when I just kind of, well, when I actually preface that by the fact that part of what I see is in disruptive technology, you know, the three options. You can adopt it, you can oppose it, or you can ignore it. And I think what I see to some extent in ignoring it reminds me of the Farmer Brown story, which I think everybody probably knows, but just to lighten it up, I'll recap. But poor little Farmer Brown found himself in court one day, and he's on the witness stand. The prosecuting attorney says, "Farmer Brown, isn't it true that when the state trooper showed up on the scene, you said you were okay?" And he said, "Yes, that's true." "So then how can you turn around and sue my client for damages?" And Farmer Brown says, "Well, it was like this.
affordable and clean electricity. And I would argue we need to do that at a pace and a scale that matters. A couple of projects, a couple of pilots is great, it's cute, it's nice, but if you think about our electricity system, we're 4,000 gigawatts today. We could do microgrids on the scale of 1 to 10 megawatts at a pop. If each one of those is custom, even if we scale up by an order of magnitude every 5 years from now, we're never going to get to the gigawatt scale by the time my 9-year-old daughter is my age in 2050. So we've defined a set of future grid attributes. We broke down reliable into its subcomponents, if you will. Reliability, resilience, and security are our 3 sides of the same coin. Think about that for a moment. But they are very closely interconnected, and how we design the grid has to take into account all 3 of those. We talk about the clean energy content in terms of the environmental footprint more broadly, affordability, security, and then one that I think is the sleeper is how do we create a grid that is flexible, not only from a technological standpoint, but from a market standpoint, a regulatory standpoint. Shouldn't the grid be agnostic as to who provides the energy service, whether they're a rate-regulated utility or a third-party incumbent completely supported on venture capital? Doesn't matter. How do we create the grid as that flexible platform that supports all comers? So this grid modernization initiative is a focused effort that started last year. We'll be entering the 2nd year shortly of a 5-year program where we first took stock of all the activities that the Department of Energy, the federal government, and its national laboratories, of which NREL is one, looked at what we were doing to support modernization of the grid. We took stock of the roughly $100 million or so in annual expenditures that were being conducted in research and development, demonstration, and deployment. And we said, let's take stock of this and identify where there are opportunities for coordination, for improved collaboration amongst the labs, between the labs and the private sector. So it's really a good government sort of thing. And then let's step back and say, with this vision of a future modernized grid in mind, how do we develop a multi-year program plan, a roadmap, if you will, for conducting the research that we need to get there? And so that roadmap's been published. It's available on our website that I'll show you here momentarily. And what we're doing now is moving forward on new activities to fill gaps in that roadmap. We found gaps in areas related to cybersecurity at the distributed end. We found gaps in control technologies that worked on both the bulk power system as well as on the customer side. We found that we were enormously underprepared in terms of sensing and measurement of the grid. We spend billions of dollars every year to measure the state of the weather so that we can predict it. We spend less than $5 million a year on research to improve our visibility onto the grid. I ask you, which of the 2 is more important? And I say this as a former weatherman, now a grid guy, so get it right. Finally, and I really want to spend the remainder of the time focused on this, the laboratories, the academics, the industry R&D means nothing if we don't get it out into the field where you can use it in your cities, in your communities, on your campuses, and in your businesses. So developing regional partnerships, translating the research from the laboratories, the new widgets, the new approaches into things that you can use is very important to the success of this effort, and largely where we'll be spending our focus on a going forward basis. To describe the R&D activities, which you can read about more in detail online, there's 6 key areas. One is around devices and integrated systems, just simply understanding what these emerging technologies are, what they can provide to the grid, what do they need from the grid, how do they work individually and together as systems. As I mentioned, I think we're moving more towards selling complete energy services rather than selling you a solar panel. That's great, but unless I can hook it up to my appliance, it doesn't do me any good. So why not sell the smart appliance? It can also control its load in concert with what's being produced on the rooftop. Now I've got a package that could provide a different measure of service that a customer might find extra valuable to pay for. The second is around sensing and measurement. So that example I used of the PV panel with the smart appliances, the appliance really ought to know and have a sense of what PV production is going to happen later this afternoon, so it can moderate its own activities. If I'm seeing a cloudy afternoon coming and I'm producing lots of electricity now, why don't I pre-cool my refrigerator and then ride through in the afternoon to marry demand response with the utilization of that renewable resource. I don't know that if I can't sense it. I don't know that if I can't measure and forecast what the state of the grid, what the state of my house, what the state of my appliance is going to be. So a lot of focus there. If I combine a knowledge with the devices with better sensing on the grid, now I can run my operations, whether it's my home energy management system, my distribution grid, or my bulk power system, a lot closer to the margin and still maintain the reliability that I need. We have over 15% extra capacity on our grid most days. That's 15% extra assets that we're paying for in our bills. We could do better if we had better systems for operations and real-time control to move the power where we need it to. I mentioned that the paradigm is changing from a hub and spoke model to more of a mesh network. So how do we design and plan for that? We know something is coming out on the customer side. So how do we get our grid ready for that, even though we don't know exactly what that might be? Rayford talked about stochastic planning. That's just half of it. Stochastic planning assumes that you know what the what's are that you can run your scenarios around. I need to know where they are, and so can I pick them up and move them around and use that as more of a design process to figure out how do I best set up my community for the future to deliver reliable, affordable, and clean power. The fifth area is around security and resilience. How do I take each one of these consumer devices that are connected to the grid and take it from a point of entry for an attacker or a point of failure to actually being now a point of strength? Because if I can't get it from John and I can't get it from Brian, maybe I can get it from Llewellyn because he's still online and I know he's there, so he can help me be more resilient through this distribution of resources. We used to say in the oil debates, we wanted diversity as part of our oil security strategy. I think a similar mindset plays here. We want a diversity of supply of grid resources. We don't want to become overly reliant on one, and kind of inverting that now, a strategy for diversity is very important. And then lastly, the institutional piece, which is the markets, the rates, the regulations. If we create a platform where all of these capabilities are brought to bear, now the entrepreneurs have a great new playing field. The utilities have a great new playing field. Everyone has a great new playing field for products and services that can help, again, achieve that reliable, affordable, and clean energy supply. Just to give you an example of how the labs are playing into this, and this is really neat, we're putting together a testing network that marries all of the capabilities at our respective labs. This is not something you would have seen even 5 years ago. You would have seen the labs competing for your business. Now we're differentiating and we're actually working together to provide you with a single solution to help you advance your grid modernization needs. So for example, a vehicle testing laboratory at the Argonne National Lab outside Chicago will connect to the Energy Systems Integration Facility that I manage at NREL, which is a bit of a distribution grid in a box. And those facilities will connect to the Energy Industry Operations Center, which is more of a bulk power system controlled environment at PNNL. And the three of us will run a joint experiment where the EV is in a distribution system embedded in a bulk power system. We'll run a scenario using any one of a number of case studies or even real-time data so that you can now start to see what the impacts of a high level of EV penetration may be on your distribution feeder, how that feeds up to the bulk power system, what you would want the EVs to do to provide services. And here we're leveraging capabilities that heretofore really didn't interact with one another. So it's if you're a small government type, this is a beautiful thing. Again, the end goal is to come up with regional demonstration projects in collaboration with partners across the country to advance grid modernization initiatives. We're focused on 3 areas in the near term. One is, as I mentioned, reducing that reserve margin so that we can operate bulk power systems with less of a reserve and thus improve their affordability even as we need their reliability. The second is around really boosting the level of variable renewable energy and energy efficiency content at the distribution end, pushing that high penetration quotient beyond the 50% that we see in Hawaii and approaching that 50% elsewhere on the mainland so that we can show that this can be done and demonstrate ways that we can keep the system up and running while we deliver this clean energy content. And then the third element is around grid planning and analytics, where we're helping states like California and New York, but even places like Texas and Wisconsin, think about how they revision their grid in a way that is consistent with more of this disruptive force that we're seeing on both the supply and the generation side. So I'll leave you with this. A lot of people ask how we can get involved. The first is to, if you have a national lab in your vicinity, which here, unfortunately, in Arizona, you don't. You have us to the north of Colorado. You have a lot of great research institutions here as well. Encourage them to be part of our community of practice. What we're looking for is an illustration of how you're working to modernize your grids today, what you're seeing, what you're learning, what your needs are. We'll be hosting a series of regional workshops over the next several months to get your feedback on our research plan and to hear from you what's the most important. And then there are plenty of opportunities that will be forthcoming for federal government supported research in this area. So keep your eye out for that by joining the community of practice. You'll get notices when opportunities are made available. And then leverage the national labs. They're your taxpayer dollars at work, so put them to work for you. With that, I'll leave you with the contact info, including our website, where you can go to find more information. Thanks again, Luan.
Thank you. Let's start with the panel and questions to each other. Anybody got some questions there? I do. We have two non-profits. In fact, nobody at this table is in the profit business. I by default and they by choice. And I was wondering what drives Brian or John, what drives you in these not-for-profit corporations to be basically pushing a disruptive approach?
Well, I would say it like this. So I started Smart Power about 14 years ago, and that was a lifetime ago in this industry. And so, in fact, the only ones that would support the effort were foundations. So we were put together by Pew and Rockefeller and those guys. And literally, for the first 4 or 5 years of the company, we were 100% funded by foundations. Today, we're about 98% funded by fee-for-service work. So our clients, most of our clients are utility companies. We work for private financing companies. We work for private companies and governments. And about 2% of our money comes from foundations. So interesting question, because on our board level, the discussion is how do we turn it into a for-profit? Because that's where this industry is going. There's a lot of money to be made out there, and can we turn Smart Power into a for-profit?
Yeah, we're a little bit different than that. We were actually founded over 20 years ago by the utility industry, by a collaborative effort between the DOE, EPRI, half dozen utilities and national trade associations who recognize that at some point in the future, solar will be a thing and we are going to want to know about it. And so they wanted to have an unbiased party to provide that information. So we're really kind of the brainchild of the industry itself that was looking for someone to provide this service.
Thank you. I still haven't heard who is going to support, if you will, the low end of the grid, the bending pole, carrying a wire into an apartment building and dealing with it. Are we going to have an industry structure that will take care of that low-end customer who is not trying to get solar and who at this time or at 1 o'clock? Right now, we're not sure. Yes, you can make a few burnables and still get your lunch. We'll save a place for you. Thank you, panel. Wonderful discussion. And we return after lunch.
One question along, we can lock this room up. People want to leave their electronics.
Yeah. Good idea.
I don't know if it would be a purpose.
I don't know. I don't think anybody's going to come and steal anything, but I don't know.
We'll be right back for lunch.
On the right side, that's where also that's where the one. We need to diversify.
Yeah, that's definitely fun. Thanks.